All right. High income copywriters. Hello, hello. I see everyone is rolling in. Great. Going to give everyone some time to get themselves ready. All right. Now let me do a quick mic check first so that I know that you can hear me. So please type into the Discord chat that you can hear me loud and clear. All right, good. Yes. All right, now of course my name is Dana Bresser and I'm just going to give everyone a little more time to roll in. I see the number is going up, awesome. Now week number 6, we are already at week 6. Time has flown by. It went by so fast, yes, time flies. Now tag anybody you do not see in the chat. I did see Lisa tag some brothers and sisters. Now get them over here. Let's get our attendance up because class is about to start. Yes. All right. Well, without further ado, let me bring on Sergeant Desmond Soon.
Good evening, good morning, high-income copywriters. Dana, speaking of attendance, how are we doing with the attendance? From what I can see, it looks pretty good. We had 1 or 2 weeks where it was a little bit low, but the other ones were good.
It's pretty good. But
so according to my math, they're over the line right now. They're still safe, but if we don't get enough attendance for tonight, then we might be at risk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So, well, you've heard it. Tag your brothers and sisters. We already know you've done that. Now, tonight's very important. Like every other night. In fact, tonight's going to be probably the most important. Do you want to know why? Say yes in the chat. Because tonight's going to be one of the first things that you need to focus on. Like yourselves, I was feeling very confused. In fact, this last week, I was confused even going through some of the copywriting assignments. I was all over the place. It was a very hectic and busy week. Now, how many of you have had that where you're so busy, you feel like you're accomplishing things, but also at the same time too, you feel exhausted and you don't even feel like you've made much progress. In fact, if anything at all, be honest here, some of you might have even felt a bit overwhelmed. You might have even felt, man, this is harder than I thought. Well, guess what? Tonight's going to be fun. How would you guys like that? How would you like to have a fun class? We're going to make copywriting really fun. We're also going to make it easy. This is going to be one of the first things that if you just double down on, it's going to start to really make the light bulb go off. How many of you would like to even learn something that can quickly get your foot in the door, especially if you're trying to build up your portfolio as a copywriter? Right? Now, who knows what of the copywriting skills is probably going to be the number one thing that you want to double down on? Is it, I don't know, chatbot? Is it landing pages? Is it writing blogs? Is it emails? Facebook ads? Okay, well, I'm seeing a lot of different content, so I'm not going to give the answer. In fact, you have to stay all the way to the end of class to discover the answer to the secret that Sifu is about to reveal to you. Would that be okay? Can we do that? Are you excited? Say yes. Say I'm excited in the chat. All right. So then, without further ado, let us bring out the man of the hour, your mentor, our mentor. Say it together. Sifu Dan Locke.
HIC, can you believe this? It's already class 6. You have done a lot. How many of you put in the chat that you've done more learning, more implementation in the last 5-6 weeks than you've done in a long, long time? In fact, last class with Jeremy, how many of you were just completely overwhelmed? And that's okay. Put in the chat. It's a lot to digest, isn't it? It's a lot to learn, to understand, expands your mind how Facebook works, how Facebook actually works, and doing the assignments. Now, how many of you notice in the Facebook group with your brothers and sisters that you already see them getting booms? You see them having clients contacting them, turning them into gigs, getting those contacts. How many of you see those? Post on a daily basis. And now you could see also them little bit nervous, panicking a little bit. Oh, now what do we do? Right? Because it's one thing to get the client. Now you have to deliver, isn't it? Right? Now you got to fulfill. You've got to have those skill sets because you don't want to look like an amateur. You want to look like a high income copywriter, like a professional. And you also notice, isn't it interesting? The demand that's out there in the marketplace right now. Just by talking to people. And people it's not something you need to hard sell them on, is it? It's like, hey, yeah, I'm a copywriter. Oh, great. I need a copywriter. Like, when can you start? Can you write this for me? Can you write that for me? How about an article? How about an email? How about a landing page? Hey, how about a package? Why don't I just pay your retainer? It is, write this down. It's way easier than you think. It's easier than you think. You are making it way too complicated, and you're making it way harder than it actually is. Because this is a demand, a huge demand, a massive demand that's out there in the marketplace. Sifu has already crafted, I picked the blue ocean for you, haven't I? I've shared with you there's a huge demand for this type of writing. You don't need to think, you don't need to choose, you just need to execute. I've done the heavy lifting. I've done the sifting and sorting for you as your mentor. And let me ask you a question. Do you think this demand, after 1, 2, 3, 5 years, would this demand go up or would it go down? Put in the chat. It'll go up. Why? Tell me why. Why would this go up in 2, 3, 4, 5 years? More business online? Yes. More marketing, more business. Yeah, more businesses marketing online. Yes. More money going towards online marketing. Yes. So think about it, you are still in early season. How many recognize how lucky you are that you now could position yourself to take advantage of this huge trend in the marketplace? You look at the news, you look at what's happening in the job market. What's happening right now? What's happening with the economy? Chaos. A lot of people getting laid off. Yes, are there a lot of people getting laid off? Here's what's happening. There's always a gap, wouldn't you agree, between rich and poor? It's rich and poor. Wall Street versus Main Street. There's always this gap. Going forward, the gap is no longer, listen to Sifu carefully, pay attention to this, it's no longer just between the rich and poor. It's no longer just Wall Street versus Main Street. It is this. People who have the ability to work from home versus those who don't. I'll say this one more time. Those who have the ability to work from home versus those who don't. Those who have the ability to work from home, they have, like you have, the skills. You're using your skill set, you're using your brain, your intellect to generate income, isn't it? Versus the ones who are using what I call manual labor to generate income. Think about a waitress. What does she do to generate income? It's through manual labor. Someone working in construction, it's manual labor, right? Someone works in the hotel industry, it's manual labor. It's a physical thing. Working from home is not about that. What is it about? It's about offering your skill sets to the marketplace in exchange of money. So the gap will be between people who have the ability to work from home versus those who don't. So working from home, I said it, I'll say it again, it's no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. For those who don't have the abilities or any abilities, think about your friends, the people that you know. If they don't have the ability to generate income from home, they will have a very, very tough time in the next few years. Thinking about business opening up and then closing again, opening up and closing again. What are they going to do? Except hope, wait. Well, I hope this blows over. I hope everything will be back to normal. That I hope everything will be fine. I hope I could still, get the job that I used to work in that industry. Those jobs are gone because those businesses are gone. So if this is the time where before it's nice, okay, we have the skill set. Would be nice to have high income skill, so I can generate some income on the side, or I could actually generate a full-time income, provide for my family, and have the freedom to be able to work from home and not having to commute. It's a nice thing to have. Now, it is the only thing you need to have. I'll say that one more time. It is the only thing you need to have. And ideally, not one skill set, but you have actually multiple skill sets that you could generate income from working from home. So even within copywriting, the different types of copywriting that you could do, stacking on those skills, going deep. Just think about if you would have spent, here's a crazy thought, a question. If you were to spend the same amount of time you've spent in college, learning whatever subject, just the same amount of time that you spent studying for it, taking the exams, doing all of that stuff. If you just spent, I'm not asking all, a fraction of that, learning how to write copy, developing a high income skill, where would you be today? Where would you be today? Can you see how much time you've wasted? And do you also see how much catch up you kind of have to do? And it's only been, think about it, less than 2 months. We're talking about a few weeks of intense learning. And how many of you wonder, how come they don't teach this at school? How come the school system doesn't give students a valuable, a viable, a practical skill that they could go out there and actually earn a living? Actually create a bright future, actually create success. So the school system is very, very much out of date. And forget the school system. Do you think right now the school is worried about the well-beings of the students, or are they much worried about they're going to get shut down? No one will ever return to schools again. They're worried that they will be obsolete. They're worried about, okay, oh my goodness, when could we open? How are we going to survive? Right? All those outrageous tuition fees that they've been collecting. People are like, why am I spending $30,000 when I can spend $3,000, a fraction, to learn a skill set that I can implement and apply and get results? Why would I spend 10 times of that? And why would I spend 10 times, not just the money, but also the time, learning something that I won't use? Learning something not only I won't use, no one wants to hire. Why would I get a fucking piece of paper that no one gives a shit? Like, why are we doing it? So understand that you are in a very good position. How many recognize that you're in a very good position? in the right place at the right time. Especially now. The worse the economy, the better this profession is. The worse the economy, the better this profession is. Because before, small business owners, I remember, Sifu, back in the days, I had to pick up the phone and cold call Yellow Pages and call these business owners, and I need to explain to them what is copy. Why do they need one? Why do they need an ad? Like, I had to explain all this to them. You need an offer. You need a call to action. They're like, what? Like, it's such a foreign concept. And now, because thanks to the internet, you don't need to tell them they need to go online. They know they're either already online, they want to be more successful online, or they know they need to be online. Wouldn't you agree? Right? But back then, it wasn't like this. And we don't have all the tools that we have today, back in the days. So now you have the system, you have the tools, you have the steps, you have the community, you have the family to support you. Yes or no? It's all here. So there's no excuse now, isn't it? Right? There's absolutely no excuse why you can't do it, right? Thinking about back, module 1, self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-image. The developing the skills, to develop the self-confidence, working on your self-esteem at the same time. And guess what? You have to make that identity shift. How do you see yourself making a living doing what? Do you see yourself doing this as a career, or doing this as a side hustle, or simply using a skill to grow your business? Either way. But that mindset shift is very, very critical. So tonight we are going to talk about email profit method, the lazy person's way to creating a fortune with email. This will be a fun class. Last class was very overwhelming. This will be a very, very fun class. We will laugh. You will laugh. We will have a great time. We will have a great time. This will be an easier class compared to the last class. However, don't let your guard down. Just because it's easier, Sifu is not promising is anything any less overwhelming. It will still be overwhelming because I'm cramping a lot of knowledge and compressing literally decades into like days, right? Into days. And giving you, again, not turning you into a black belt, but giving you enough that you could go out there, get a client, get money coming in, and get some success, getting that first step. Getting that first step. All these years, if we're still learning, I'm still learning copywriting. So don't feel like, oh, I know enough. I'm still learning. If I'm still learning, what should you be doing? Many people don't know this. And sometimes I see people on social media and they would say that, oh, Dan Lok just, came out of nowhere and he blew up on the internet and on social media. And they felt that the rise of Dan Lok in the last few years. But the reality is, Sifu has been marketing online now probably more than 15 years now. 15 years. I've been marketing online and doing digital marketing for a long time. Pre-Google, pre-Facebook. Sifu in the beginning was marketing on bulletin boards. I was on using the first ever pay-per-click search engine. It was called Overture. You probably have never heard of it. I was marketing, doing search engine optimization on Yahoo directory. The first affiliate network on eBay before eBay was popular. So Steve has seen a lot of things over the years. And I could tell you, over the years, a lot of things come and go. MySpace, how many of you remember MySpace, Tumblr? Yeah. Right? Even buying, not long ago. So a lot of things come and go. A lot of things come and go. I was marketing online. I don't know. The young students would be like, Sifu, what? Sifu was using what we call dial-up. You know what dial-up is? You basically plug the phone jack to, like, that's your internet to your computer. And every time you go online, you have to dial. It will make these sound.
Sifu,
Yeah.
are you telling me that I'm not the only old man around here?
Yeah, you're not the only old man, but you're older. Boom!
Yeah, I was still using the finger, rotation and facsimiles back then.
That's right. So I had in my room back then. It's hilarious because I was living with my mom, right, in a 1-bedroom apartment. So I had a fax machine that I used to use, right? So the fax machine also connects to the internet. So if I'm using the fax, if like someone needs to fax, I need to unplug from the phone jack from the computer and then plug it into the fax machine. And then when it's finished, then I can plug it back to the computer, right? And yes, I was using Netscape, AOL. I remember back in the days, AOL was sending these CDs, CD-ROM, giving away, I think, free internet, whatever, to get people to sign up. It was a very successful marketing campaign, right? So early days. Now, here's what's very interesting. Now, how many of you can see Steve has seen a lot of things come and go, internet, digital marketing, early, right? Adapter, right? And what's very interesting, over the years, I have seen different platforms, different methods, different strategies, just different channels. Come and go. But guess what? All these years, there's one thing that has not changed. Guess what that is? Email. After all these years, email. And for most entrepreneurs, for most companies, especially the ones who are generating, you talk to most of them, generating any significant kind of revenue, they would probably tell you one of the, if not the biggest money generator for them is email, including Sifu. My biggest revenue generator as a platform is email. YouTube is big, not as big as email. Facebook is big, not as big as email. So email is an extremely, extremely powerful platform. Just think about it. All these things changes, but email has not changed. And one of the reasons, now you have to understand this as a high-income copywriter, here's why. Facebook is a channel that we don't control. YouTube is a channel that we don't control, although we could say it is our channel, but there's always a risk that anything changes or they shut down your account or this and that. It has happened. I've seen it happen. But your email list is yours. That's something that you control. That's traffic that you control. That's yours. Although technically you can say, oh, but the email is hosted in whatever email platform that and I'll share some with you tonight. But even then, you can export that list and you own that email list. And no one could take away that email list from you. So think about what you do. Think about when you are writing copy for clients, their email list is one of the most valuable assets that they have. Not the product, not the service, the list. The list. Now, how many of you have heard of this saying that the money is in the list? The money is in the list. Put in the chat if you've heard of this before. Right? The money is in the list. Wrong. The money is not in the list. The money is in the relationship you have with the list. Because if the money is in a list, then anyone could go buy one of those like email addresses with 10 million, 50 million people on with their email address and just spam people. If they do that, what's the likelihood they're going to make any kind of money? Just being a spammer. Zero. So it's not the list. Because if you view, and here's the thing that people don't understand, if you view the list as an email address, you're an amateur. Because your list is not an email address. What are they? They're people. That's right. Once you understand they're people, you approach that very differently. You don't look at that as, oh, it's just a bunch of email address. No. The list is the people. And people value relationships. So don't overlook, because I see copywriter makes this mistake. Oh, let's say you're writing copy, an email campaign for certain clients, and they tell you, oh, I've only got a list of, a few hundred people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people. And you're like, oh, fuck that, that's too small. It is not about the quantity. Write this down. It's not the quantity of the list, it's the quality. So they can say, oh, I've got an email list of 10 million people, or all these spam address. Who gives a shit? But if you have a very targeted list that they have a good relationship with, that list could produce a huge amount of money. I have seen, literally, no joke, Steve has seen lists with less than 1,000 people making 6-figure, 7-figure income. No joke. It's a tiny, tiny list. It's not a big list. But the opening rate is high, the offer is high ticket, and they know exactly. So think about, as an example, what's more valuable? A compile list, write this down. I'm teaching you certain languaging from the industry here. A compile list, meaning it's a list that people just gather, maybe a script of data, just put it in one thing, and then a compile list, or an email list. Let's say that is a 200 people list of top CEOs in the world. Which is more valuable? Yeah. Do you need a lot of people on that list? No. Do you think there's money in that list? So if you look at the list as people, now there's a balance, a ratio, and see if it's going to teach you all of this, that if you just go back to the list and you keep selling again, you're going to make some money, right? But also at the same time, if you just sell, are you also going to burn the list? We call that burn the list. So you make some money short-term upfront, but you're going to burn that list. On the other hand, you've got a list of people and you keep adding value. You never sell anything to them. You're not going to make any money. And this is something that I also have to teach a lot of my students, especially the business owners, which then they email their list, but they never make any offers. So suddenly, when you make an offer, you look like you're a sellout. Do you understand? Right? Now, when you make an offer, it's like, oh, why are you selling me? The list is offended by it. So they have not, write this down, they have not trained, conditioned the list to buy. And that's a big mistake as well. So making too many offers too often, that's a mistake. Because then you come across, you're just making offers, you're not spending time to develop relationships, and people then ignore your emails, you burn them. On the other hand, you think, oh, I'm being a nice guy, nice girl, I never make any offers. When you make an offer, you're an asshole. And they don't buy shit. That's not good either. So both are not good. It's somewhere in between. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that. Who's excited? Who wants to learn how to do that? That when you make an offer for yourself or for your clients, people are excited. People are looking forward to it. That they're okay. It's okay. Right? They're not pissed off. They're not mad. Even they don't buy may not be a good fit, but they're still remaining on your list. Who wants to develop that skill set now? Email is the best way to jumpstart your career as a high-income copywriter. I believe email is the easiest to sell and the easiest to write because chances are you've been writing emails for a long time. Most you have not been writing Facebook ads. Most you have not been writing landing pages unless you've been doing it for some time now. But we all, wouldn't you agree, we all have written, replied, forward, right? Emails. It's something that we do all the time. It's something that we already we're familiar with it. We're not scared, right? And also email, you don't get shut down by Facebook. You don't need the approval process. You just send out the email. So I believe as a graduate, right, as a new high-income copywriter, it is the easiest way for you to kind of get your foot in the door. And that's what I would recommend. And it's also the easiest thing to produce results the fastest for your clients or for your own business. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that. So if you are not sure, if you're a little bit fearful, what do you start with? I could almost tell you without any hesitation, for most, email. Email. You won't go wrong. They get it. They understand it. They use it. Here's a little cartoon. The first issue of my customers' e-zine. Now, back if you don't know what e-zine is, e-zine means like e-magazine, like e-newsletter, was excellent. For my second issue, I'm having trouble finding something new to say. Hi, it's me again. Just buy something. Now, HIC, we don't want to do this. We don't want to be like the second email. We don't have nothing to say. Hey, just go click buy something here. No. We're gonna make it interesting. We're gonna make it enticing, right? We're gonna make our emails addictive. What's the word? Addictive. So people are looking forward to that next email, right? So before we go into the strategies, what to do, let's see if we teach you what not to do. Because some of these mistakes you're already making. I guarantee it. As I go through these mistakes, you'll be like, no, I did that. Oh, shit. So we're going to talk about 5 top mistakes most copywriters make that make them look like an amateur and what you should do instead. So if you are making some of these mistakes, is that okay? Because you didn't know. So you learn from it. Now, after Sifu has taught you, you still make this mistake, then we got a problem. So before you learn this, it's okay. You didn't know. Okay? But after this, no excuse. You should know. Yes? Okay, here we go. Mistake number 1, boring subject lines. Boring subject lines. Why is a subject line so important? Tell me, put in the chat. Why is a subject line so important? Get them to click. That's good. That's good. First contact, interest. Patrick, good. If they don't open, yes. So specifically, not just get attention, the subject line determines if they are going to open your email or not. And the purpose of a subject line is to do what? There's only one purpose. That's right. It's get them to open that email. This is very profound. You'll be shocked how many people don't understand this. How many of you have seen emails? People trying to make that cell in the subject line. They try to make the fucking cell in the subject line. No joke. When the purpose of the subject line is to open the email. It's not to make that fucking cell. So as a high-income copywriter, what should we do? Do you think it's worthwhile spending a little bit of time thinking about the subject line first before you even craft anything? Before you craft the body copy, before you craft the offer? Subject line. And yet, guess what? Nobody fucking talks about it. No one talks about it. When it's the fucking most important thing. People can get confused. Like, you look at your email box, how many emails break the rule of this? Try to make that sell. So they give you the whole fucking offer in the subject line. When the purpose of a subject line is only one thing, to get them to open. And I learned this the hard way. Because it doesn't matter how great your offer is or how amazing your email is, if it ends up in the prospect's trash box. If they don't see your message, none of this matters. You could have great storytelling and bullet points and offer and all great. If it ends up in a trash box, none of this means anything. So the first game we have to win doing emails as a high-income copywriter is to make sure we don't end up in a fucking trash box. We don't end up in the spam box. Do you understand? And I learned this from Alan. Alan taught me many years ago when we were doing direct mail. He said, there's the A pile and B pile. Almost everybody sorts their mail, right? The direct mails next to a trash can, right? Anything that looks like a pitch, anything that looks like a sales thing, brochures, you just recycle box, right? Throw in a trash can. And then what do you keep? What do you keep? The bills, personal statements, right? What do they typically look like, by the way? Good old plain white envelopes. And guess what? When I was working with Alan, almost all the direct mail pieces we send out, they're almost all of them, plain white envelopes, handwritten address. Because that's what works. Because Alan understands the first game is not to try to make that. The first game is to make sure when you are sorting the mails next to a trash can, it doesn't end up in a fucking trash can, right? He wants to make sure he gets into the personal pile first, and then guess what? What do you do when you go home? You have the A pile, the person that all looks like statements are personal. Then what do you do next? Now you go through those piles. Now you open them one by one. Oh, here, okay, here's a letter from grandma. Here's a statement thing, right? Oh, here's a fucking bill. Fuck you, right? Credit card, right? Like, you know, you go through all this stuff. And they say, oh, that's interesting. What's this thing? What's this offer, this invitation? But see, now, Alan's got a chance, right? Now he has a chance. Versus if the letter ends up in a trash can, all the great copywriting, the great headline, all of that doesn't matter anymore. Do you see how important this is? I cannot emphasize this enough. Almost no one, including you, spends enough time on the subject line. How many of you, be honest with Sifu, you just rush? You write your body copy, you kind of just like slap something together, like here's the subject line. Be honest. You're not giving enough thought. It's almost like you're thinking the subject line is like the fucking stem. It's like, well, I need a fucking subject line to send out this email. So it gets there versus like no subject. So I'm gonna do something. When that is the fucking most important thing of the entire email. You see, we're thinking it wrong. It's in reverse. But no more. From now on, you think about the subject line first. You hook people in with the subject line first. So then they will open up the email. So they don't hit delete. They don't hit spam. They see it. They open it up. And now also with most of us now using Gmail, in Gmail, there's also, do you see that there's the preview? Not just the subject line, right? That matters. And you know what matters a lot? Is something that no one talks about either. Your from address. How many of you right now saw your emails? You're looking at the from. If it looks like it's a pitch, if it looks like a spam, you don't even look at the fucking subject line, you just delete it. You would know just from the from. Not even a full email address, just from, like, nah, I don't recognize that, delete. I'm not just that, delete. Huh. So what happens to a great email copy? You fuck it up in the subject line, you fuck it up in the from. All your good effort goes to waste. Do you see this in a different way now? How important this is. And there are many, many ways to write subject lines. See if it's going to teach you 4, okay? So powerful subject lines that you can use to get more emails open. That's a headline right there. So first, and as I teach you this, I want you to think about how you sort emails, how you filter emails, because we're all the same. When you personalize it, the chances of your email getting open is much higher because it doesn't look like a spam. It looks more personal. Just like why back in the days, Alan would use handwritten address. Blue ink. He always uses blue ink, right? You personalize it. Because when you personalize it, it doesn't look like a spam. Now, most email programs nowadays, almost all of them, you could just put in their field, which is like your first name, automatically it would pre-populate with the first name. So when someone opts in for the email address, whatever the first name that they put in, automatically, if I put first name, it would show, it would pre-populate that as first name, okay? So the example, hey, John, here's your replay of the webinar. Can you see how that is much more personal? Just little things like this. And a lot of these decisions, when people are sorting the email box, it happens very quick and happens at a subconscious level. People don't think about it that much. They delete, right? You're not spending 5 minutes agonizing over an email. Just like people saw the direct mail. You're looking at it, delete, no, that looks like spam, delete, no, ignore, no delete, right? You just do it with one click. Nah, that's not interesting, delete. I don't know who this person is, delete. I didn't ask for this, delete. Right? So personal. Suddenly when someone uses your name, okay, all right. Right? Like it stops you for a moment. That's all we need. We need to stop the prospect for just a moment so we can get the message in. It's like, hey, you stop them, right? Second, asking a question. Questions, write this down. Question hooks the mind. question hooks the mind. So when you ask a question using a question in the subject line, it is at, again, subconscious level, people want to know, what is this about? Right? It's much easier to click because it's curiosity. That's curiosity driven. Why do you want to use a question? That's a question. Instead of you should use a question, you should use a question. No, why do you want to use a question? See, you see, when you hear a question as a human being, that's how our brain works. Automatically, we answer. We have some kind of conversations in our brain, but when we hear a statement, we don't. Do you see a difference? A statement, just a statement. But when it's a question, so a question is much harder to ignore. That doesn't mean they don't ignore it. Some cases they still don't, but it's harder to ignore. Just think about a subject line like this, okay? You must open this email right now. This is important. Right? Mary, comma, did you hear about this? Question mark. What? Hear about what? Is this important? What's going on? Click. You open it. You see a difference? That's a big difference. Now, think about same email, same body copy, same offer. One is saying, you got to open this right now. It's important. Or, hey, Mary, did you hear about this? And then from there, you transition into, it could be something like, hey, Mary, we're running this special. You know, we only have like 3 days left. Don't know if you got the last email, but here's the offer again, blah, blah, blah. It's call to action. Boom. So one of the things you have to understand is the subject line needs to be congruent. Write this down, the word congruent with your body copy. Some people, they try to trick people into using very sensational subject lines. And then when people click on it, the body copy has nothing to do with the subject line. Then people feel cheated. Then they fucking delete you. Not only delete you, they just put you, click spam. Your email will never get through to them again. It ends up into people's spam box. So you trick them once, they don't buy, and now your email's not getting through again. It's called delivery rate, right? How deliverable your email is. We'll talk about that. Number 3, emotional. Because we buy because of emotions and we justify with logic. So think about subject line. I thought I would die, ... It's the word dying, an emotional word. And one of my favorite, if you see Sifu's emails a lot, I use ... a lot. Because ... is an incomplete thought. It's an incomplete thought. It's a cliffhanger. This is totally subconscious. ... What? That's all I need. What? That's all I need. They click from there. Number 4, if you're making some kind of promise, okay, be specific. So instead of how this person gets a lot of visitors, no, how Joe gets 100,000 visitors a month. If let's say I'm selling a traffic type kind of program or service or SEO, whatever it might be, right? Instead of, oh, we don't have a lot of time left. No, only 24 hours left. You see how specific that is? So again, your subconscious likes that because it's a very specific thing, right? Versus, because we try to sift and sort, we try to ignore emails. Think about it. You and I, we ignore emails. If it's not that urgent, we ignore it. And if we think it, here's the problem. How many of you have done this before? You say, oh, that seems like an important email. I'll come back to it. Then what happens? You never come back to it. Because next day, there's another huge wave of new emails coming in. You don't come back. So that moment, if you don't grab their attention, you don't get them to do something, forget it. They never come back. Even though, now, how many have done this before? You saw an offer. Listen to me. You saw an offer. You wanted to buy. And you know there's some kind of deadline. But then you're like, okay, I think I still have time. You think you still have time. And then you just forgot about it. And you never bought it. You didn't take action. Do you think we, as a high-income copywriters, writing offers, right, to the list, we do you think we want to end up in that pile that people never come back to, that people ignore, that people they say, oh, I'll come back to it? No, you don't want that. We want to end up in the pile where they see it, they can't resist, they have to click, they got to do something. You know your email is good when they stop what they're doing and pull out their credit card and take action. Then you know your email is good. Your email is not good when people would put it away. And they say, oh, we visit. Oh, here's what's very interesting. Oh, yeah, I'm just busy with the kids. I'll come back tonight and I'll buy. They don't. If you don't get them to take action in that moment, forget it. People's nowadays, their attention span, my goodness, short. And Sifu used to write long emails, by the way. I used to write these like long ass emails. And I was like crazy long emails. Because back in the day, it's a big deal to get an email. You've got mail, right? It was a big deal, right? People like check the email box so many times because there wasn't as much stuff, right? It was a big deal. I remember back in the days, I think I was using, the Windows, was it Outlook? Something like that, right? And I remember I got my first email. I was like, oh, yeah, like it's so cool. Like I would check, oh, maybe when am I going to get the next one, right? It feels like such a big deal, right? Now it's like, holy fuck, there's too many fucking emails, man. Delete, right? But back in the day, so a long email works very well. Like I would put, it's almost like writing a long sales page, not like 12-page sales letter, but I would pack a couple good pages in a single email back in the days, right? Back in the days. And also back in the days, the frequency is not as much. Like I was sending out probably at most one email per week, right? So make it a little bit longer. Right, I can fit more stuff in there. So a lot of what I'm sharing with you, that it's through experience. It's experience, and I'll get into all the technical, like how many characters. See if we'll get into all of that, the tactics. For now, I want you to get the bigger picture first, okay? Of why we do it, why we need to spend time on subject line, right, and the way we need to approach emails, the way that we need to approach whole things. I'll get very, very details. But for now, just understand kind of the big no-no. I want you to get to the kind of big no-no. It's like, parents teaching the kids, hey, don't jump off a building. Don't touch a hot stove. I'm giving you the big stuff first, right? Then we go into, hey, don't, then the stuff fall on the ground. Don't pick it up and eat, please, right? But I want to give you the big stuff, like definitely don't do, right? Very clear. Right? Yeah, don't run in front of a car. Yes, I'm giving you those big things of no first, right? So here's an example. Desmond, can help me read this?
Yes. Okay. Subject line: quality website development from India. Hi,
okay.
Dan.
Pause. Look at the subject line. What's wrong with the subject line? Is it personal?
Nope.
No, right? Does it create curiosity?
Nope.
No, right? Is it emotional?
Nope.
No. Okay. Now, this email, forget the subject line. The first line, hi Dan Lok, he's already lost his sale. Tell me why. You
Everything
don't know
capitals, last names.
You don't know me. Because if you think about if you send an email to your friend, do you type in their name full capital like hi Desmond Soon? No, right there, not personal, gone, right? Go ahead, read the whole thing.
I'm Jitesh Bahala, business development and online marketing consultant. Get your website designing and development jobs done here in India at a minimal price by web experts. We are 20 plus employees working around the clock for our overseas clients. And if you have any of the following requirements, please revert to us. We offer a variety of services that can satisfy your needs at affordable price. Our services: website designing and development services, responsive and SEO friendly services, new website for business in content management systems, CMS, e-commerce and m-commerce solutions, ready-made e-commerce websites and mobile app solutions, mobile app development for iOS and Android, online advertising, full SEO package with plan and activities, PPC, pay-per-click. May I know in which service you are interested in?
No, fuck off. None. That's the mental dialogue that we have, right? That's mental dialogue that we have. Keep going.
If you're interested, then I can send you our company details, past work details, affordable quotation, samples, price list with best offer. Please revert this email. Share your contact details if possible, phone number, WhatsApp, Skype ID.
Great.
Thanks and regards.
Now I'm going to give you, now you spam me, I'm going to give you more ways to spam me. Right? Let's give you all the ammunition to spam the fuck out of me now, right? And then keep going.
That's it. So thanks and regards, Jitesh Pahala.
Okay, do you see now? This is funny, is an example. Right? Oh, by the way, the subject line, you see when I see this stuff, I save it in a folder called bad example. So I could teach you guys. So I can teach you in class what not to do.
The anti-swipe file.
You know, it's like what not to do, right? So what's wrong? What's wrong with this email? Tell me. Be specific. Pitch, no value, me, yes, very salesy. No, not good subject line, yeah, of course. Not personalized, it's boring. What does this person know about me? Nothing. Has he done his research? Does he understand my needs? No. And yet, people keep sending these emails. Now, your email might be a little bit better, but I've seen some HIC emails. No exaggeration. I've seen some of the emails. I see some pitching no value emails from my students. Hey, do you need a copywriter? I can write this, I can write email, I can write chatbot, I can write all this for you. You want to jump on a call? Not that far from that. Not that far from that. I'm serious. Right? Here's another one. Very short.
Asking for money. Dan, I need your help. Can you help me buy a phone? I have financial problems. I want to buy a durable phone and its name is Blackview BV8000, but the amount is too big for my pocket. Will you help me, please?
Oh, I get easy emails all the time. I'll show you a whole bunch today. No, it's not a troll. I'm serious. Not a troll. People, when people know you've got money, you get all kinds of weird shit, right? Sometimes quite entertaining. Sometimes actually some quite entertaining. Some are just like stupid, but some are quite entertaining, right? Now, but look at these. So what's wrong with this email? Tell me. And I know it's a very bad example, but I still want you to think, what's wrong with this email? Money. That's right, right? And in the subject line, not just money, money, right? What else? And it's not please, please, right? There's some emotion right there. There's some emotion right there, right? I need your help. I can buy my phone, man. I got problems. Now, so no call to action. So let's say if Steve was dumb enough and say, oh yeah, this person, I want to send him money. How do I send him money? Like, what do you want me to do? If you want my money, shouldn't you make it easier? Maybe already create a PayPal link with the exact amount of that Blackview BV 8000 that I can click and just pay and donate. Like, why do you make me work? And I don't know how much is that thing. I don't know. You can't even take money. Talk about sales prevention department. Don't laugh. Some of emails, why Siva asked you to create that Calendly link in the first couple of weeks? Because I've seen students, they send out emails and the clients are interested. They give them no fucking way to respond. What do you want them to do? You want them to call? You want them to, and then they do this email back and forth, can't close worth of shit. Like, yeah, I'm interested. Okay, what are you interested in this? Oh, yeah, I kind of want emails. Well, what kind of emails do you want? 10 replies back and forth, haven't closed anything. Versus they show interest, get them on the phone. Just get them on the phone. Make it easy for them to buy, right? Make them easy for them to buy. So can you see how subject line, it is the most important part of the email. It is the equivalent of the headline of a landing page. So here's a question. How good is your subject line right now? Give yourself a score. 1 being terrible, 10 being out of the world. Be honest. How would you rate your subject line right now? 4, 3, I see some 4, I see some 5, some 6, some 2, some 6, good. 1, yes. Okay. Subject line itself, it's a pretty in-depth topic. See if we can probably just spend a couple classes just on this one thing alone. Because subject line is so critical and no one thinks about it. So see what's giving you how many ways to write it now. How many ways? How many? 4 ways, right? What's the first way? Personalize. What's the second way? You ask the question. What's the third way? Emotional. What's the fourth way? Give it a number. You number it. What if there are 36 more ways, 36 winning formulas that you could use to write subject lines? What? I see the WTF. Give me a WTF. That's right. And what if Siva told you that you already get that as part of a bonus in HIC? One of the bonuses that you get is the instant subject lines. This is a mini course on its own. It's a document that outlines 40 winning subject line archetypes that make subject line creation a snap. So I've taught you 4. There are 36 more in much more details. Okay, so you will see this in your members area, and that's part of the homework that I'll give you by the end of tonight to study that. So from now on, you know the different types of ideas. Anytime you want to create a subject line, you can go through those. And if you use instant scripts, then you makes it very, very simple to create. But you need to understand why you use certain subject lines, because you don't always use the same subject line. example, you don't always use curiosity again and again and again. Sometimes you will use urgency without coming across salesy. Sometimes you use storytelling, right? Sometimes you use a story, like an emotional hook. So it depends on the message, depends on what we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to do. So instant subject lines is a bonus that you will get when you finish. You see probably today, tomorrow in the members area, if it's not already there. Who likes this bonus? Is this bonus useful? Could you see HIC? Like within HIC, see who just keeps on over delivering. Every single week, I'm giving you more. Beyond any expectations. Every single week. And part of it is something that you have to educate your clients when they are selling anything. Teach them to over deliver. Because when you over deliver, not only builds trust, it makes the relationship so much easier. Because it also creates very loyal customers, right? And they want to buy from you and again because they know that you always over deliver. They know you never under deliver. So it makes the business so much easier. So part of it, you need to educate them, because sometimes some business owners, they have that scarcity mindset of, oh, I don't want to give them too much. If I give them too much, they won't buy anymore, right? But instead of doing that, let me ask you a question. Could Sifu just take instant subject lines and just sell it on a separate thing? How many of you would pay $47 for it? If I was to sell it just as a PDF, I say, you're my student. I share with you, there are 40 subject lines that you would pay, no bullshit, no hesitation. You would spend $47 on it. Like this minute. Yeah. But instead of selling it, when I give it away, I know that you would use, and I don't want the resistance, and I don't want anything that it's preventing you from creating winning emails. So I don't want, 80%, 90% of my students would all get it. I get it. But what about the 10% who don't get it? Now what? So why not just give it? So something that you have to educate your clients on, teach them. It is not just the right thing to do. It is the smart thing to do. Because the customers, they would cherish the relationship, and and next time when you make an offer, they would love to buy, because they know you always over deliver. Yeah, great, right? You just make an offer. You don't even need to sell very hard. They're like, oh, this is great. So the money is not in the list. The money is in the relationship. And I'll teach you the different types of emails that you would do. So very, very critical. Mistake number 2. Your first, so we get beyond the subject line now. You've got instant subject lines, you're using instant scripts. Now you're creating some kick-ass subject lines that people cannot not open. Great. Mistake number 2, your first sentence now is boring, dull, too long, to keep the prospect excited and jazzed. Because after someone reads the subject line, opens the email now, you've won the first battle, right? You must not take anything for granted. Never, ever take readership for granted. Write this down. Never, ever, ever, ever take readership for granted. You got to earn that attention every single time. Don't assume, never assume. Just because they open your email today, yesterday, a week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks ago, doesn't mean they'll open your email tomorrow. You with me? Never assume. You're not entitled to the attention. People's got a lot of things going on. They always have got stuff going on. Don't you always got stuff going on all the time? Right? Never assume. So your first sentence has to be punchy and powerful. You must capture the attention of the reader and make her so curious she has to keep reading. That's what we want, curious. So here's an example. First sentence. Do you know someone who will be going into surgery soon? That's pretty good. It's a question, but what is more powerful? Which one is more emotional? Let's say if we were to rewrite this. Surgery sucks, especially open heart surgery. I know people who almost died from it. Someone who have, ... You see the difference? Like, you see how that, like, what? It's a good, it's first sentence. It sucks you in, doesn't it? It just like it sucks you, it captivates your attention. It captivates your imagination. What happens? What's going on, right? It's like a vacuum cleaner, it just sucks you in. So you need to think about that, okay? Would you want to see an example of that? So Sifu has done quite a bit to kind of pick some of the emails that we have written that I'm going to share that with you here, and I kind of break it down and dissect them just a bit in front of you of like why we write it that way, because I think this is the best way for you to learn. Who wants to see an example? All right, okay. So Desi, you can help me out.
Okay, subject line. The income streams hiding in plain sight.
Do you see the ... Okay, keep going.
High name. Opportunities are funny thing. If you get in at the right time, it could set you up for the next 10 to 5 years. But if you miss it, well, then you'll be standing on the sidelines watching everyone else reap the rewards.
Now pause for a second here. The first two lines. How many of you recognize that is the same formula from the Wall Street Journal ad? Do you notice that? It's just in a different way. It's a comparison. So instead of the third party two stories, I'm comparing. I'm not saying that the two people, I'm saying that, hey, here's a comparison, the two paths. Someone who get in the right time, he's the benefit. Someone who doesn't, they'll be missing out. It's the same concept. You see that? Although it's not a story, but it's the same concept I'm teaching you, because I am not going to write a long ass like story in an email, but I want to use the same idea of a comparison. So now in the first 3 paragraphs, what has Sifu done? I've established, write this down, fear of loss. There's something that you will lose if you don't pay attention. And I'm not saying about this. I'm saying, this is how it's implied. What is that opportunity, right? Fear of loss. In 3 paragraphs, we have done that already, right here. Okay, keep going.
Over the years, I've seen people miss out on opportunities right under their noses, and it's usually for the same 2 reasons each time.
Now,
you see?
Pause. See right there? So, fear of loss, 3 paragraphs. The 4th paragraph, what does that do? It creates a very specific promise. There's a payoff. There's a payoff of the 2 reasons. You see how it plants a seed that you want to keep reading. What are the 2 reasons? Are you going to talk about the 2 reasons? Right? Am I going to miss the opportunity because of these 2 reasons? Keep going.
You see, most people miss out on opportunities because they are either
Now, pause.
too early or too late.
Too late. Yeah. So here's why it's so good. You see, most people miss out on opportunities because they are either too early or too late. Notice opportunities. More than one, not one, multiple opportunities. Yeah. How many of you miss some opportunities in your life? Not opportunity, but opportunities, right? And here's what's very, very good with this one line. I'm not saying, hey, if you don't read this email, you are missing out a huge opportunity. No, I'm just saying, hey, you see, most people miss out on opportunities because they are either. I'm talking about, not talking about you, I'm talking about most people. But when you talk about most people, guess what they're thinking? It's me. So when I don't make it about them, They fill in the blank, it's me. When you make it about them, they say the defense is up. I don't want to pay attention. You don't know me. What do you know about me at all? You see how this works? You see how much we've done in 5 paragraphs? I've established curiosity. I have created fear of loss. I have created a specific payout. I have now promised like the curiosity of what's coming next. Right? It's a very direct payoff. By reading this email, I'm going to get a few more things. Right? Keep going.
Too early. This is the sadder one out of the two, because they get in on the right opportunities, but jump ship before it has the chance to take off. These are the people who invest in companies like Apple, Amazon, or Facebook in the early stages, but sell them for pennies when they could have held on and made multiple millions.
Now, 2 things right there. First of all, we are borrowing credibility from Apple, Amazon, Facebook. People know these brands. And it doesn't matter if they have invested in these companies or not. It has to do with, yeah, I'm familiar with these brands, right? Even they have not bought a single stock, but you get the concept, right? Is that you get the concept of what it is. You understand, yeah, if I got in early, if I sold too early, yeah, I would have missed out, right? So you understand that particular concept. Keep going.
Too late. On the other hand, there are people who get into the opportunities too late. When they see new opportunities, they're always skeptical and dismissing it as a fad. They'll see people making new fortunes and dismissing it as them being lucky. When in reality, the opportunity was up for grabs for anyone who was willing to take the chance.
Pause. Who is anyone? That's right. The reader, right? Me. Keep going.
But now the real question is, how do you stop missing out on opportunities? Well, you have to get in on the opportunities when they are at their sweet spot.
Now, this is what I call rhythm. It's called copywriting rhythm. When your copy has good rhythm, you are already bringing up questions that they're already thinking before they say it. When we just talked about too early, too late, now what's going through their mind? Now what? That's what's going through their mind, right? Too early, too late. Yeah, okay, so now what? The real question is, how do you stop missing out on opportunities? Yeah, tell me. Right? Now tell me. Now keep going. Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. What is the sweet spot? You'll know an opportunity is at its sweet spot when it starts to rise, but isn't saturated. For example, I started on the internet back in 2005. This was when only a few people knew how to make money from the internet. To most people, making money from the internet sounded like a pipe dream. But because I got in on the opportunity at the sweet spot, it set me up for success for the next decade. Anyway, that's not what the most important part. The most important part.
This is good. So the two things there. First of all, you notice how we put quotation around sweet spot. Sweet spot, sweet spot, sweet spot. 3 times. Okay. And here's the thing. After that line, but because I got in on the opportunity at a sweet spot, it set me up for success for the next decade. Here's what people are thinking. Well, good for you. But I already miss out. A lot lower self there. Most people have lower self. They look at that, yeah, easy for you to say, yeah, good for you. What's it got to do with me? Right? I'm missing the boat anyway, right? Anyway, that's not the most important part. Oh, okay, that is not the most important part? Because already they are, right? You see what I'm talking about? What do you mean it's not the most important part? I thought I already missed out. Keep going.
The most important part is that there is another opportunity in its sweet spot right now.
Another sweet spot, another opportunity right now. Now, you see how this circle back in the early on in the email, the first 2-3 paragraphs. This is very Wall Street Journal, by the way. It's just in a different way. Most people don't see it. You think about the structure of it. It's very Wall Street Journal ad, just in a different way, using different messaging, different copy, but it's the same thing, right? Please continue.
And you've probably heard of it too. Most people use it almost every day as well. And that's what's great about it. Not many people have figured out how to generate an income from this yet. So if you want to find out what this opportunity is and why it's currently at its sweet spot, take this free quiz, Danlock.
Right. And then you see a link, a simple hyperlink, and the call to action in this case is for them to take the quiz. Right. Now, also the call to action. This is a very good call to action. Take this free quiz. I've recently created. I've recently means what? It's new. People like what's new. To create, right? To discover the unique, not just any opportunity, but unique opportunity. Notice capital the U. You were destined to follow to achieve financial success. That is almost a little bit, we're using a little bit of the, people like the kind of the crystal ball, right? Tarot cards, right? What am I supposed to do, right? What's the next step that I should take? Now notice the whole email, you don't really know, and it could be HTC, could be HIC, but you don't really know what it is, the offer now. What am I trying to, what am I selling? And that's a big lesson. You don't try to make the offer most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, you don't try to make the offer in the email. The purpose of the email, most of the time, is to get people to click to go to the actual thing. It could be the webinar, the order page. So understand, most of the time, not all the time, I'll say it again, most of the time, the purpose of the email is to get people to click to the next thing. When you try to make the sell in an email, chances of that email failing is much higher, because there's only so much we could do with an email. It's difficult to have image, video, and too many things. All I need to do, subject line, I want people to not trash the email, not delete the email, open it up. First paragraph, get the attention, keep them reading. Get enough curiosity going that they would click and take the next step. So in this case, they would take the free quiz, and they would tell them, should you be a closer or should you be a copywriter, introvert, extrovert? That's what the funnel is, right? So see if it doesn't actually make the offer within the quiz. I make the offer after the quiz. In this case, does that make sense? Can you see how much it goes into one simple email once I dissect it? Now my question is, do you give as much thought when you're writing an email? How many just fucking wing it? And you wonder why your email doesn't convert. Right? You wonder why Steve has made literally millions, tens of millions from email. Tens of millions of dollars from emails. That's the difference, because I don't fucking wing it. You don't want to wing it. Like a good email is very, very valuable. Because, and I'm shocked, because back in the days, we were talking about, after like a few years email, we were talking, oh, someday, holy shit, the spammers, all that, someday the government, somebody, the internet company, they're going to start charging people. Like for every email, because look at direct mail, right? When we send a direct mail, the postal service charges money. We put a stamp on it. We were thinking about, oh my goodness, in 2-3 years, this is going to be gone. Email is going to be paid. Every single email, maybe it's like a penny or something. that these companies, they would start charging people for email, right? And fast forward today, I'm shocked that they still haven't done it. I think actually it's a great thing if they do it, from my perspective, because it would eliminate so much noise. All the like lousy, crappy fucking emails, they won't work anymore. Yeah, it gets rid of all the competition. Only the best emails would convert. I would love to see that. I would love to see that, right? But I don't know if they'll do it. Probably not. But doesn't matter. What Sifu is saying is, you got to give it some thought, right? You got to give it some thought of, if this is the case, just imagine if you're actually getting charged every single time you send an email. How would you write different? If right now, if you were to cold email a prospect, and Sifu was giving you the assignment, right, in the last few weeks, if each email that you send out to a cold prospect one-on-one, it costs you $10. Just imagine that. Put on that hat for a second, okay? Every single email, you cold email, you do a cold email pitch, it costs you $10. Would you send the same shit that you're sending right now? Because it demands a response. Then why are you not behaving and writing that way right now? Why are you just winging it? Why are you half-assing it? Tell me the fucking answer, please. Why are you not taking it seriously? Why are you just because it's free? It's not free. Because you're losing opportunities. You wouldn't copy and paste now, would you? If it's $10 an email, you send out 5 of these, it's $50. How many of you would be embarrassed to send out what you have now? It costs you $10 a piece. Then don't. It's our duty as a copywriter. We don't put out crappy work. Doesn't mean we don't have typos. Sifu's got typos all the time. Doesn't mean it's perfect, but we don't want to put out crappy work. We don't want to put out half-ass work. How are you going to convince others to hire you as a copywriter when you put out half-ass work? Like, this is the email that you sent out to sell me? How are you going to write emails for me? Like, shouldn't I be impressed with, like, holy shit, that is creative. That's one hell of an email. I've never seen anything like this. Shouldn't that be the impression that we make? And see if it's tough on you, because this is like, if you're just learning like some copywriting stuff, that's a different story. You're in HIC, you would expect we have a certain standard. If you're going to call yourself HIC, you're high income copywriter, you're from our community. I don't want people to look at my students' work and say, oh, that's a shitty email. I want people, wouldn't you want to do the same? They look at our work and say, holy fuck, that's amazing. Right? Oh, that's incredible. Look at, wow, that subject line. Ooh, I have to open that. Look at the offer. Just like right there, invisible. Right? And boom, they click on it and they buy. You want to have like almost like a sorcery kind of power that your clients are like wondering, how come your email converts 2, 3, 4, 10 times better than my email or the guys that I hire? What the fuck do you do? And then you're like, I don't know. It just works. It just works. Right? But you do know because you put in the thought. Right? Do you think those freaking copywriters are like those half-ass writers that they're thinking about like just an architecture of the subject line, the story, right? The formatting. Do you think they give it, look at this, it's nice and clean. This is how nice and clean this email is. Also, do you notice a quick tip? I'll go into formatting a little bit after. Notice short, lots of space, no long paragraph. You notice this? Could you see that you could scan through this very quickly? Like, see what's breaking it down for you. But if you were to scan through this, you can do it very, very quickly, right? You can just boom, right? Easy to read, easy on the eyes. Okay, that's mistake number 2. How many of you promise you will not make this mistake again? That you would not use lousy first sentence, you will not use lousy subject line. And always approach as if it actually costs you money, because it does. There is an opportunity cost when you send an email. It's not a real cost, but there is an opportunity cost. You do not want to approach it, oh, just email, I can email whatever, I can fail as many times as I want. No, because if you're writing for a client, each time they send an email, if it doesn't convert well, it's like you're burning the list just a little bit, right? And the list is, again, they're not email address, these are people. They lose interest. So after a few of these lousy emails, the list would tune out. They would unsubscribe. They would hit the spam button. Now what? So you need to, so one thing that I take pride, a lot of pride in, when I was writing copy for my clients, because back in the days, direct mail cost a shitload of money. And that's how I got my training. I would look at that as like, it's as if it's my fucking money. And my clients appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, it's not my money. They sell 10,000 pieces, doesn't convert, it's not my thing. No, I look at it as if it's my money. Would I send this out if it's my money? And if when you're writing that Facebook ad, do you think that's a good mentality to have? Oh yeah, you know what? You know, the client's gonna run $1,000. Yeah, Facebook, not my fucking money. I don't care. I get my project money or retainer money. I don't give a shit. Do you think you'd be very successful as a high income copywriter? Do you think that's a win-win? Is that even professional? No. But if you approach is if that is your $1,000 that's being spent, that's your $2,000 that's being spent running that ad, if that ad succeeds or fails, it's your money on the line. How many of you wouldn't do half-ass job? You just wouldn't. You wouldn't give them something that's like half-baked. You wouldn't give something that maybe has not been critiqued. Because it is. You want your clients to make so much fucking money that what they're paying you is a fraction of what you help them generate. That's a good relationship. You want to help them win, because the more they win, the more you win. You want them to be making millions, because if they are making millions, chances are very high you're getting your 6-figure or multiple 6-figure. If your clients are making like a few hundred, a few thousand, you're not going to get paid that much. So you want them to get the highest return. You want them to get the highest click-through rate, right? You want them to keep increasing the average cart value. And that's one of the things I believe is missing from most copywriters. You think the fucking guy from Upwork gives a shit how much that ad makes the client? No. That's why they'll never make a lot of money, because they still don't get it. They don't know what you know. They think they're in the writing business. They think I write a thing. You want me to write something? I give you those copy. I'm done. No. What business are we in? Are we in the writing business? That's right. You know, we're in the revenue generating business. Until that thing generates revenue and continues to generate revenue, we're not very good copywriters. Like, that's the focus. That's always the focus. However we get there, could be through the landing page, could be through an ad, could be through the offer, could be through the strategy, could be do whatever it is. Do you see also why it's very valuable? The more knowledgeable you are, the more skill sets you have, the more you know about marketing and copywriting, the more value you could deliver to the clients, the more you can help them problem solve, and the more revenue you can help them generate. This is how this game works. So when Sifu transitioned from high income skills with copywriting, with closing, when I got into business, right? When I started my own business, it's a very simple transition simply because I was already thinking that way. I was already thinking that's as if it's my ad dollar. Make sense? I get it. I know what they're thinking. I know what they're going through. Mistake number 3, teach too much. Teach too much. The primary purpose of an email is we want to have some kind of call to action we want to close. Now, it doesn't always mean we have to close that sale, as I said, within the email. But we want to close the prospects on clicking that link, watch that video, attend that webinar, or something, right? We want or visit this web page, fill out a form, book a call. So what we want to do is to close, is not to teach. You want to give the appearance of teaching, but do so without actually teaching. This is very key. And I learned this also the hard way. Because those emails are the emails that don't convert. So you give the appearance of teaching, but do so without teaching. It means that you accomplish the perception of teaching when you could be telling a compelling story with a great message that people could latch onto, or sometimes you give them some steps that they could take. That's okay. They'll like it. They'll feel inspired to take action by making a purchase. But what we are not trying to do is we're not trying to solve all the problems in an email. How many have done that before? Made that mistake. You try to solve the whole thing in an email. You try to answer all the concerns and all the questions in one single email. No, we don't want to do that. So think about the email you just read. I talk about a sweet spot. I talk about too early. I talk about too late. But have I given the solution to the prospects? No. No. Have I even talked about what it is that we're offering? No. That's not the purpose of the email. So in this case, that email is simply to create curiosity and to create a sense of urgency. That's it. So that now they're more open, the reader is more open to listen, more receptive to the solution. If they're receptive to not even a solution, a different way, then they're more likely to make a purchase. I'm not trying to explain the opportunity, the offer. Let's say if it's HIC, I'm not doing like the bonuses that you get. No. Can you imagine cram all that in one single email? Like how it would be disaster. It wouldn't work. So those just the first few mistakes. Now here's a good one. Talking about teaching too much. So that's, you can help me read this out loud.
Okay. Dear Denlock team, or denlock.com team, hope you are doing well. I thought you might like to know some reasons why you're not getting enough website hits / visitors and conversion. My name is Alicia Palma, and I'm the SEO and digital marketing expert of a leading SEO service provider company. As per my analysis, your website is not performing well in the Google, Yahoo, and Bing organic searches. Also, your traffic flow is poor from last couple of months due to some of the reasons. You might know about recent Google Penguin 4.0 updates. Google has completely dropped all auto ship functionality from the search results and webmaster tools. So be careful on it and take the help of an SEO company to fix it. Some of the aspects given below. Due to poor and unauthorized link sites, Relevant keyword phrases are not visible on the first page listing due to HTML, validation errors, and warning presence in website. Your website is not search engine friendly. Website content quality is not high standard. Website is having on-page and on-site issues. Areas of improvement. We will give you first page ranking on Google, Yahoo, and Bing. Improve your organic traffic and sales. If you are not satisfied with our results, then we will refund your money as per the money back guarantee policy. Secure your website from Google Penguin Updates 3.0. Increase your conversion rate. Target your local market to increase business. Note, we give guarantee to improve in your keyword ranking from the first month itself. If we fail to achieve, then money back. We will be optimizing your website in the major search engines like Google, Yahoo, and Bing, which results in improvement in keyword ranking traffic, link popularity, goal conversion, and ROI in the first month of our work. For more details, please reply. We have 24/7 support, so you can contact at any point of time with your website issues. Thanks and regards, Alyssa Pamela, SEO specialist.
Now, question. Is there an offer within this email? No, there's an offer. There is a very clear offer. Now, in fact, forget this person, the tone, or just let's look at the offer. I'm trying to teach you how to separate the two. They are saying that it's a guarantee offer. If it doesn't work, then what happens? We got our money back. Is that a risk-free offer? Just from an offer perspective, I'm not talking about messaging. Right? There's an offer, and it's irresistible. Not irresistible, but it is risk-free. Assuming that she's not lying. Right? Doesn't work, you get money back. Now, what's wrong with this email? Tell me. Grammar. Too much teaching. That's good. Assumptions. That's right. How, like, example, if this email goes to a someone who's maybe from my team that's not marketing savvy, what is she assuming? No, what is she assuming? Is she using a lot of jargons? Do you see that? Keyword ranking, traffic, link popularity, goal conversion, ROI, right? Google Penguin Updates 3.0. She expects whoever's reading it understands all this stuff. Now, how many have made that mistake? You assume that your prospect understands all the stuff that we do. You expect them to know what an offer is. You expect them knowing what a landing page is. You expect them to know what a funnel is. My question, how the hell do you know that they know? How do you know the person who's reading knows? They don't. Remember what did Siva say? When you're writing, you assume they're Homer Simpson. Do you think Homer Simpson looks at this, he understands what this is? Has Siva taught you? Can you say that you don't know that? So why do people do it? So why do people do it? Dan says, want to sound smart, yeah. Ego, big part of it. Can you see this? Also, this email has a tone of arrogance. And maybe my website's ranking does suck. Maybe my SEO does suck. But no, I can tell you this, no business owners like to hear that they are wrong. And you've done that. I've seen some of the messagings, some of the emails you send out. You're telling them, hey, you do this, you don't know this, you're missing opportunities, you're fucking educating them, trying to educate them. You teach too much. You talk too much. You're not, instead of coming across helpful, you're coming across arrogant. Like, you know all this stuff and they don't know shit. So hire me to fix your problem. That doesn't get anyone to hire you. That gets them ignoring you. The old saying, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Like, you would be shocked. I get sometimes stuff. I get stuff from like the weirdest thing where clearly, oh, I'm going to teach you how to drive more sales and revenue online. Like, I've got people say, I'm going to help you with social media. Like, no joke. Right? Like, if they've even done 2 minutes of research, they just wouldn't say that. Would you? If they just done like, I'm going to help you, with, I'm going to show you some example. You see. Right? Clearly, like, how much money you think this SEO company is made from the internet? Like, they don't know who they're talking to. Like, they really don't know how, and it happens to be what they don't understand. See, actually used to run an SEO company. I used to have an SEO company back in the days. So I know SEO. Actually, I know all this stuff. But the approach, like talking to me like I'm an amateur when it comes to marketing online. You shouldn't do that. Now, doesn't mean you try to make it sound too complicated. But you don't want to come across, hey, basically you don't want to come across telling them you're doing this wrong, you're doing this is shit, you should do this. No. Never do that. A much better approach. Would you like to know a much better approach? That you always get a yes. You always praise them first. Everybody loves it. I teach this in high-ticket closing. It's called stroke. It's called a stroke. People like that. You praise them first because everybody likes that. If it's sincere. Yeah, stroking the ego. First. For example, if I'm doing closing, so that's you can just do a quick role play, right? Let's say pretend I'm this SEO firm, okay? I just want to demonstrate a technique, not a copywriting, but what demonstrate the principle in closing, so you get what I'm talking about. Okay, pay attention. So that's imagine I'm the SEO company, and you're the prospect. You're a business owner. You're running some ads, and you're getting a little bit of traffic through organic. Okay.
Okay, got it.
So just do the middle part.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's your website seems to be getting quite a bit of traffic.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, we're getting quite a bit of hits every other day.
How many hits are you getting now? Like on a monthly basis?
Monthly basis, we're getting actually around about 10,000 hits.
No, that's pretty good. How long have you had the website?
About a year now since we did the revamp.
Wow, I would say you guys are doing very good.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. What do you think?
Oh, I think we could do better. I'm pretty sure like when the last guy who helped me develop the site, I think there was some errors and we could have done it better though.
Okay. In what way? Can you be more specific?
Well, I mean, I'm not an SEO expert, but I definitely know that, on-page SEO could be improved. Our load times, the HTML codes. There's a couple of things, I mean, I've just been too busy running the business that I never came back to deal with it because it wasn't overly urgent and we were getting hits already. And we're not putting out enough content, I think. I think we could put out better content on a more regular basis. The current staff I've got doing it, they're just EAs, executive assistants, and they're not like VAs and EAs. They're not really trained to be SEO experts.
Okay. What's your goal? Like, what would make you happy in terms of traffic and visitors?
Well, it's not just increase, but I want to have more visibility. Like, I'd rather just feel more safe if I've got someone who knows exactly what they're doing. They can explain to me a clear plan of what's current SEO these days, and it's changed or it's not changed, or what's working. Because almost everyone that hits me up, I'm sure you get these emails from guys, sending these SEO spams and stuff like that, and it just seems like cookie cutter. So, who do you listen to? I want to have someone who's a real expert who can explain it to me. Some transparency, visibility on tracking, and actual reports, not fabricated reports. And just want to. I mean, even if we could just double the number of hits we're getting, I think that would make a significant increase in our sales.
Well, it seems to me that you are a very savvy marketer, that if you want to take this on your own and do some of these SEO work and content, that you could do it. But what's holding you back?
I think just time. I don't have the time to look into it and specialize in it, though I know it's important. I just don't know who to trust as well too.
Let's pretend you find someone that you could trust. What would be the outcome that you're looking for?
I'd know pretty quick right away, just from the sophistication of the way they would report. They would show me actual numbers that matter.
What kind of numbers are you looking for? Like, are you looking to double your traffic in what kind of time frame?
I know SEO takes a little bit of time, so I'm not, unrealistic, but even, over a 2-3 month period, a 60-90 day period, done correctly, I know SEO you can start to see an upward trend. So it's very doable, but I'm just looking for more of a long game, someone who's dependable, consistent, not like a one hit wonder using some hack or some sort of quick trick, and then later I'm paying the price for it later.
Correct. And suppose you could find a company that could help you double the traffic in the next, let's say, 60 to 90 days. You wouldn't be interested in anything like that, would you?
Yeah, I'd actually be interested in that. Is that something that you guys are doing right now?
Pause. Okay, good. So you see how, like, from there, see if it's using a closing example, but they're like couple strokes right there. You see how, now, I'm going to do it completely wrong, okay? That's XTC. I'm going to do it totally the freaking salesy non-XTC way, which some of you are doing right now, by the way. Let's go non-XTC.
Okay.
So that's, I look at your website, man. I mean, I see a lot of errors. I mean, I'm typing your keyword. I don't see it on first page. What's wrong with it, man?
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, I don't type your keyword. I don't see it on first page. I don't see it on second page.
I don't know which browser are you using.
Who's doing your SEO, man? I mean, this is screwed up.
Well, I've got a guy who's done it. We've put in quite a bit of time into it. It is ranking, and we are getting clicks and leads.
Not from my browser, man. Are you sure it's not just cookie on yours? Cookie, like, because you visit your own website too much, and it shows up. It's like
no. We use incognito, and I use a different IP. We use a VPN
anyway,
as well too.
I think I can make you so much more money because, like, we know SEO. We've been doing SEO for 5 years. We have a lot of clients. Clearly, there's something that's broken with your website. And you mean you're a busy guy. I mean, I don't think you have time to put into this, right? Yeah, I mean, how many visitors are you getting now?
We're getting a lot. I think we're getting about a good decent 10,000 clicks and
hits.
And
10,000 is nothing, man. Are you kidding me? In your niche, that's nothing.
Okay,
on,
and
what? You can't tell me you're happy with 10,000. Jesus.
No, not happy with 10,000.
You seem like
but,
you could be more ambitious than that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm definitely more ambitious than that. We're just working on it, right? We're just getting it done bit by bit, right? I've got to try.
No, you don't understand. You don't need to work on it. I'm your guy. Like, this is what we do. That's why we're talking today. I want to help you, man.
Yeah, well, hey, I appreciate you calling. And I'm just shopping around right now. I'm just looking at a couple other options, and yeah, I mean,
what do you mean other options? I'm your guy. Like we okay. Maybe I didn't explain myself correctly. We guarantee results. In 30 days, if you don't feel like you don't see the ranking, you don't see you getting more traffic, we're gonna give your money back.
I appreciate that.
What's the think about? You sound like some smart guy.
Hey, look, I'm in sales as well too, and I get it. You don't have to be pushy, but I got to jump on another call.
I'm not pushing you. I'm trying to help you make the right decision, man.
I fully understand. Well, send me your proposal, and if we're interested, we'll get back to you.
Okay, pause. That's non-XTC. Now, That's an exaggeration, but not much. Not much. You get on a sales call, a lot of guys, right? Maybe not to that degree, but damn, right? Now I can also do it. Let me just do one more. Okay, it's not XTC. It's not totally like extreme example of like total like snake oil slimy salesman. I'll do it the way that you fucking do it. That you don't realize you're doing it. The way most people do it. Here's how they do it. Hey, Des, I'm looking at your website. Do you need any help with, if you can just tell me a little bit, what's the like results you're looking for?
Can you be more specific? What do you mean, like for the website?
Yeah, are you like, do you need someone to, because that's what we do. We help companies with getting more traffic and ranking organically.
Okay.
Like, is this like, do you need help with that?
So you guys specialize in SEO, is that it? Or
yes. We run an SEO firm from Vancouver, and we've been in business for more than 7 years now.
Okay.
And we have, you know, a lot of clients, and most of them have stayed with us for quite some time.
Okay.
And then we help to target the keywords, helping you ranking, and
Okay.
getting more sales, right? And that's kind of what we do.
Have you ever worked with a company like ours?
We've worked with a lot of companies. We work with a couple companies in the same industry.
Oh, really? Do you mind if I ask which one?
Yeah, it's A, and B.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then what kind of results did you get them?
Yeah, we help them get more traffic. Of course, you know, to protect my client's privacy. I can't tell you exactly, you know.
Okay.
But they're happy with what we provided.
Yeah. So what exactly, you know, can you explain to me, how does it work? Like, what do you guys do?
So what we do is we look at your website, right? We will analyze it using our software, and we want to look at it, see if you are the keywords that you have on the website. Do you have your title tag, your loading speed? Is it mobile friendly? At the same time, we also help you with what we call off-page factors that we help you get links back to your website.
Okay,
and
so
that's what Google looks for.
Pretty
right?
standard.
Yeah, it gives you, like, you know, more authority to the website that you have, and that's how you get more ranking. Now, it's not overnight. It's not like we can do it in you know, in 30 days.
Yeah.
But usually clients, if they give us 3 to 6 months, we could produce pretty good results.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking as well, because I know SEO doesn't happen just overnight. If you had said that, I probably would have hung up the phone on you. But
yes. So I don't want to overpromise. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, but what you just talked about sounds pretty generic. I mean, I'm sorry, just very straightforward. You know, I'm a straightforward guy. You know, I have a lot of people, you know, pitching me and spamming me about offering SEO services. What separates you guys from the rest of, you know, everyone else?
Well, I think the experience comes into play. Like I said, we have 7 years of experience. Well, we work with a lot of business owners, like I said, 2 within the same category.
Yeah.
And we've got a very good team. I think we've got a very good team, and we don't take on too many clients at the same time. We only focus on a few clients at a time. And so, yeah, I mean, so.
Do you have any testimonials? You know, any proof of the work that you've done?
We do. Yeah, we do. We have a few of those. I can send it to you after we get off the phone. Yeah, sure.
Okay. And how much does your services usually run? Like, you know,
we
ballpark?
charge, typically it's a 6-month contract, and we charge $2,000 a month, which it might seem like it's high, but it's actually, you know, because we have to help you get, analyze your web page and maybe produce some content, and then also get some links. And so it's actually very reasonable.
Are you outsourcing? Are your people local? Like, are you outsourcing to other countries?
No. We got a team locally, mostly in Vancouver.
Mostly, or all in Vancouver?
80%.
And where's the other 20%?
We have a couple people from Australia and a couple people from US. Like some of the content writers. Okay,
I see. Well, yeah, you know, maybe just shoot me a proposal or something. I've got to jump on another call right now, and you know, if we're interested, I'll give you a call back.
Yeah, and I'm more than happy to do the proposal. And when should I call you back? Like when do you think you have time to look at the proposal?
I don't know. It's a pretty hectic week this week. I'll go through it and I'll give you a call back if I'm interested.
Maybe do you want to set up a time before we go? Like maybe next Tuesday. I'm open next Tuesday.
Look, it's top of the hour. I got to jump on another call, so I'll reach back to you if I'm interested.
Okay. And so when I
gotta go. Click.
Okay. This is not far. This is not fucking far from your call. I'm fucking serious. Right? If we were to tape your call, we play it right now. Not that far off. Not that far off. Do you see the difference when you know how to close when you have a skill set versus no skill set? And I'm not saying that you have to be at Sifu's level, because that takes decades. But wouldn't it be nice to just get closer to a little bit of like Sifu's end of continuum, just like 5-10% better? So then you're not losing control over the call. You know how to guide a prospect, and you could charge more. That's the most important thing. You're not trying to justify. You will not run out of things to say. You will not be caught off guard. You will not be put in a position that you don't know how to handle an objection. That's how most calls would go. Not the green monster that like what I did, right? Total used car salesman, totally stymie. Not XTC, but somewhere in the middle. Here's the problem. When it comes to closing, I'm not talking about copywriting. I'm giving you a closing lesson here. Can I give you a bonus closing lesson here? Copywriting, it's more forgiving. Okay, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. You don't need to be that good. But when it comes to closing on the phone, that's somewhere in the middle, what I just did, that doesn't close sale. You still lose. So it's no different than when you're not the slimy salesperson, but the result is the same. You still get no sale. It just, the prospect's not as pissed off, but still get no sale. He still walks over you in this case. So closing is you get good and you close and you have control and you close big bucks. If you're like, okay, you still don't close. Like there's no, like, it's not like copywriting. If you're 3 out of 10, you're fine. You're fine because your prospect, it's okay. But closing, you gotta be just not super good, but you gotta be decent. You gotta be pretty good because you lose people very quickly. Can you see that? The result is the same. I lost a sale in those two cases. Although I'm better than the used car salesman, but still, it's no sale. It's no sale. I could tell you the role play that I did with XTC, the XTC way, that sale's already closed. It's just money. He's already given me everything I need. He doesn't have the time. He's tried with other people. He needs this. He wants to buy time. He needs results. He wants long-term. It's already closed. It's just now talking about money and terms. If what I charge fits the budget, it's a done deal. Even if what I charge doesn't fit the budget, I could tell it's still a done deal. The difference is he won't sign that long of a contract yet. Maybe a shorter contract just to see if I actually deliver on what I promised. And if I do, it's a done deal. Because this prospect sees the value. He knows if he could get those keywords ranking, he could get the traffic, he'll make the money. He's not concerned about that. What he doesn't want is spending 2-3 months with a company that fucking doesn't deliver, then he has to change again. He doesn't want to do that. If I was to dig a little bit deeper, I bet in his mind, Desmond as a prospect, he's got other initiatives in his mind. He wants to do those initiatives. He doesn't have fucking time. He wants to get this signed, put it away so he doesn't need to worry about it, and boom, he can focus on what he wants to focus on. That's what he's thinking in their role play. Does that make sense? Can you see? High income copywriting, high ticket closing goes hand in hand. Two superpower. Use my copywriting skill, get the email, get the prospect on the phone. I close on the phone, boom, retainer, done. Simple. Then I figure out how to write. That's what you should do. Get the retainer, you figure out how to write. Once you get the retainer, Steve will promise you, you figure out real quick. When you're getting that, get that, $500, 1,000, 2,000, 3K coming in, you figure out you will be shocked how quickly you figure this shit out. You'll be shocked how motivated you are. you will figure, how many will figure, you've got 3K coming in from one client, you will figure this out. Oh yeah, you're like, fuck. You figure it out. Not a problem, right? It works. Money's a great motivator. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that. And that's what Sifu did. In the beginning, I didn't know. After the apprenticeship with Alan, when I was doing doing it on my own, right? Running my own little one-man advertising agency. Like there were clients who approached me. Like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like literally, I had no clue. Because I haven't written for that niche before. I just figured it out, right? But you want to always be confident though, right? But you just figure it out. And then you send the work and the client, oh, this is pretty good. Okay, great. Like, right? Right? Like I was like, oh, good. I'm glad he likes it because I don't know if it's good or not, right? So Sifu had that imposter syndrome too. Like I had that issue. So it's not like Sifu didn't have that issue. I want you to know, right? There was a time I had no confidence. There was a time I was afraid to ask for more money. And there was a time when I couldn't close worth of shit, right? Like I really didn't know. The reason I know that's how you sound on the phone, because that's how I sound on the phone back in the days, right? Before I have the skill. That's what I would say. Try to justify, trying to please, trying to talk too much, trying to convince, right? So he's done all of that. So don't feel bad. We all start somewhere. No one gets this good overnight. It's a process. So what does that tell you? It's a learnable skill. No one's born with this talent. It's a learnable skill. Now, I'm not promising you're gonna get this good, right? I will never make that promise. That would not be compliant. Facebook. But you could get better. You can be a better version of yourself. You can be better than where you are now. Yes? Yeah, that's what you should aim for. Don't compare. Don't compare yourself with other brothers, sisters. Don't compare yourself with me. Don't compare yourself with Des. Don't do that. Never do that, in fact. Learn from them. Learn from me, learn from other, but don't compare. Because it hurts your confidence, right? You like, when, because then the lower self kicks in and it's like, oh, when am I going to get that good? It's like when you play basketball with Michael Jordan, oh, when am I going to be that good? Then you don't want to fucking play basketball, right? Like you can't even get one shot in. It's so defeating. Don't compare. It's not a competition, right? Compete with yourself. The only question you need to ask is this: are you better today compared to a week ago? Are you better today compared to 2 weeks ago? If the answer is yes, look in the mirror. You're doing just fine. Put in the chat saying, I'm doing just fine. I'm doing just fine. Don't compare. I didn't compare. I didn't compare with myself with Alan. Can you imagine Like early 20s, I would competing. If I was comparing myself with Alan, I would be like, fuck, I don't want to do this shit. I don't want to learn it anymore. Right? I would lose all confidence. Like when am I gonna be like someone who flung English twice in high school, who speaks with broken English? When am I gonna write copy like that? When would I ever get there? If I am ever gonna get there? No. So just don't. So promise yourself, promise Seafood. Just don't compare yourself with others. You see the booms, you see all that. That's all great, right? You're progressing. Now, if you look in the mirror and you look me in the eyes and you say, well, Seafood, today compared to a month ago, I have not improved one bit. I'm the same. Like I'm just staying in the same spot. No, then that's something you need to work on, right? If you compare to yourself and you feel like you're not doing the assignment, you're not doing the homework, right? You're not hand copying the sales letter, you're not studying, well, then that's a problem. That's a different problem. But if every day you're like, yeah, even small things like before it took you this much time to handwrite something, now it's shorter time. Before it takes you this much time to write an email, now it's, even if it's just a few minutes faster, is that an improvement? Yes or no? And next time, a few weeks later, you write an email, same thing, and you're a few minutes faster as well. Is that an improvement? Should you beat yourself up if your brother and sister, but he or she can get it done in half my time? I suck. I'm no good. Why are they so much better? Why they learn so much faster? Why am I not picking this up? How come they're so much better? How come their email flows better? How come mine is like this? It's not very smooth. No, just ask. How many of you, okay, especially those who've been with me for quite a few seasons now, if your brother and sister is asking you how you do something, how you get this good, you will have no hesitation to help, to share, to give tips, ideas in a heartbeat. Put in a chat. There you go. You see how many people want to help you? But they can't help you if you're a lone wolf. They can't help you if you're shut down yourself. They can't help you if they don't know who you are. They can't help you if you're not active, and they can't help you if you don't implement. So let's take a quick 5-minute break. We still have a lot to cover. We're just getting started. We are just getting started. It is fun. It's role play. It's email. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, and we will resume in 5 minutes.
All right. Now make sure, of course, as always, that you grab something to drink. And if you're hungry, that you make sure that you grab something to eat. And if you're still with me, let me know in the chat, what has been your biggest aha moment so far? I see everyone is typing. I see Alex says, subject line is most important. Yes, Jordi, don't compare yourself. I see Xavier says, the money is not in the list. It's in the relationship you have with your list. I see Sadia says, to focus more on subject line. Oh, that's powerful, Trevitt. I feel like I'm on the right track. Yes. Now let's refresh our memory real quick. Who can tell me the 5 biggest mistakes that copywriters make? What are the 5 biggest mistakes? Let's see who is paying attention. Yes, number 1, boring subject line.
Yes. I'm seeing good. Teach too much. Good.
Yes. Now what else? First sentence too dull. Boring first sentence. Yes. There are 3 more. 2 more. Yes. Boring subject line. First sentence too boring. Teach too much. Now what was? Okay. Okay. I'm going too fast, Bart. Thank you.
Good, good, good. Yes, we haven't gotten to 4.
Yeah. Never take attention for granted. That's right.
Who also remembers that in powerful subject lines, what are 4 ways to get people to open up their emails? Those 4 different things that Sifu said that helps people to open up their emails. Yes, personalized, well done, green, yep.
Curiosity.
Emotional question, yes. Oh, numbered, yes. Who can explain the numbered one? Ask a question, well done. Green's actually doing very well. Personalized, ask question, emotional, and number. Well done. That
Yes,
was
I see.
Charnchai.
Be specific.
Mm-hmm. So in the meantime, right now, while you're taking a break, maybe even open up your email right now. Now, don't waste time checking all your emails. Just look at the subject lines. So whether you're on a Mac, maybe you're using the Mail, or maybe it's your Gmail. Just open it up and quickly just take a look at some of the poor examples of subject lines. I'll even suggest this to you. Go to your spam folder and look at the subject lines over there. And then if you find one that's really spammy, type it in our chat. If you want to, even take a screenshot of it and then just post it in the chat. And then explain why, which of the 4 did it break, which of the 4 rules, and why. Okay? So that's an assignment for you guys, a quick, fast one. Now, if you need to go grab a drink, bio break, also do it very quickly because I know Sifu's getting ready to come back tonight. We've got a lot of content. We've barely scratched the surface. I'm telling you, tonight's important. You take just this one skill and you can make so much money with it.
Yes. Now, also make sure, of course, after class, when class is done, that you share your takeaways within the Facebook group, all right? Now, last week, I saw a lot of you post your banners in there, which was really good. So keep on posting your takeaways because you can learn from each other, and maybe there was something that you noticed. Maybe there was a aha moment that you had that someone else didn't. So you can learn from each other. So make sure, of course, after the class, that you share your takeaways because then after class, everything is still in your memory. It's still fresh. And then that is the best way to just type out your takeaways and share it with the family, of course.
All right. This is so much fun. I love teaching. So much fun. Quick tip. Sometimes when you see a subject line that it may not work in some circumstances, but it might work for the other circumstances. So don't look at it as a black and white thing. So example, if I was to send an email to, let's say, to my existing students, I could make a very direct offer if that's what the email is about. But that email, the subject line probably would not work if I'm sending to my big, massive list. Does that make sense? So don't feel like, oh, that doesn't work. No, it depends on the context, right? Where you're using it, how you're using it, who you're sending it to. That goes back to, if you know they're people, then you know who you're talking to, then it's fine, right? Like example, if I was to send an email to my very small list of let's say CEOs that I know that I have good relationship with, I could put in a subject line basically saying that, hey, Something like a deal I'm working on. Want in? I could put that in a subject line. But it wouldn't work if it's to the general list. But to that list, it will work. Right? So it's like, you see what I'm talking about? So it depends on who you're selling to, right? What's the messaging that you want? So we've covered 3 mistakes so far. 3 mistakes so far. 2 more to go. Who wants more? Who's ready? Say I'm ready. Put in the chat. Bring it. Ready. Awesome. Mistake number 4, no story selling. Facts tell, stories sell. One of the most underutilized skills of copywriters, using stories. Most people are not good at it. Alan's, of course, Alan's is exceptional at storytelling, right? A lot of that I learned from him. So storytelling. People want to listen and read stories. So embedded in these stories are instructions on how to buy from you if you're good. If you lose a ton of people when you tell stories, then your stories need a lot of work. At the same time, look at the people who opt out, right? Your unsubscribe rate. Now, these numbers, if you work very closely with your clients, they will be able to tell you your opening rate. What's your opening rate, by the way? What's your opening rate? Means what? The percentage of the people who open up your emails. That's the opening rate. Okay. Click-through rate. What is the click-through rate? It means people who open your email, let's say 1,000 people get the email, 50% open. That's a 50% opening rate, right? Like 500 people. If you have 200 people out of 1,000 who click on your link, that's a 20% click-through rate, right? So that's a click-through rate. So the way that you could use stories, you can write something personal about your own lives. By the way, if you're writing for clients, what do? You write about them, what's going on. So that dialogue, you should never stop if you are writing for them. You want to know what's happening. You want to be able to use certain stories. So why you need to interview them. You need to almost like be a detective. You want to extract those stories from your client, out of your client, so you could use in your marketing. Because they don't know. Most people, I met so many business owners, no one thinks about it. Unless they're learning from me, like they're like in Dragon 100 or something, but almost I have met very few people, very few in my entire business career who knows how to use stories properly. It's almost everybody underutilized. They don't think it's a big deal. They don't think about, oh yeah, but I have this conversation with this person. I did this, I did that. They don't never think about that they could turn that into an asset. So don't be shocked when you ask them, like, would people want to know this? Would that be useful? You're like, yeah. Use it. Right? Help them to reveal who they are to the reader in a friendly way. And you write something funny and humorous. Humor is very, very powerful. When you combine humor with story, you look at like people who do stand-up comedy. They are masters at combining humor with stories. And people pay. People pay, like I've gone to a few of these stand-up thing, right? Comedy. You pay a couple $100. I'm like, fuck, they're as expensive like Beyonce. And they only like talk for an hour. There's no dancers. There's no special effect. There's like, it's like you pay like pretty good chunk of money and they grab the fucking mic with a bottle of water. They come out and they just talk shit and like tell jokes really. And like an hour, 10 minutes, and they walk off the stage. There's no encore, there's nothing. I'm like, oh shit, people pay a lot of money for this. That's like they pay a lot of money for this, right? You look at the Kevin Hart, you look at the what is it, Chris Tucker. You mean look at all those guys, right? Yeah, people want to be entertained, and you could do the same thing without being a stand-up comedian. Like you can do the same thing in your email and actually generate a lot of income, a lot of money. Just you can do that. So I'm going to give you an example, okay? And this is a very good example. And this is an email that has worked very well for us, right? Using entertainment, and I'll break it down for you. But before I share that, I want you to pay attention to a couple of things. First of all, look at the way that I use image. Look at the way I use entertainment. Just think about how many people would send an email like this in e-learning or in the education space, okay? So just put that head on. Just ask yourself how many people would send an email like this in the education space. You got it? You know what to look for? Yes? Okay, here we go. Subject line.
Sai versus Dan Lok. This is Sai. His YouTube video, Gangnam Style, has over 3 billion views. This one boosted him into the spotlight and made him famous almost overnight. This is me, Dan Lok. I did not get famous overnight. I don't dance, and I do not have a video with 3 billion views. But here's what I do have. 1 million subscribers and a wildly profitable YouTube channel that I've turned into a business. And I built it all from scratch without fancy equipment.
So from there, what have we done here in the beginning of the email? Story selling, yes. Positioning, humor, contrast. Does that grab your attention? Does that make you chuckle? Right? Look at this. Look at the little photo.
Sifu, do you also borrow credibility in this one?
Yes, it's not borrow credibility, it's borrow attention.
Got it.
Because Sai as a comedian is not so much credibility, but there's that celebrity halo, right? But it's more attention, right? And right there, like, because if I can, let's say I can do this exactly, do it the wrong way, it would be, hey, you know, Sai is this, but I'm also famous. And no, it's like, you know what? I tell them immediately, I did not get famous overnight. I don't dance, and I do not have a video with 3 billion views. All the things that I am not, that I don't have, right? But here's what I do have. You see how that transition? So you could do this the wrong way where I compare that. Oh, I'm also on YouTube. No, I don't have that. Oh, okay. When I position the story that way, what does that mean? It means from a reader perspective, oh, I don't need that either. I don't need to dance. I don't need to get famous overnight, right? I don't need a video with 3 billion views. Meaning, I don't need a viral video. That's what it's saying, right? Keep going.
Without fancy equipment, good looks, or even any knowledge of YouTube. How did I do it? Let me give you 3 strategies I used to get to where I am today. Number 1.
Wow, the good looks are a bit of a stretch. But to be more relatable, I use good looks, okay?
Number 1, use compelling titles. How do you get the viewer to watch your video and not the 1,000 other choices they have? By having compelling titles that are outcome driven, let the viewer know what they stand to get from your video. Let me give you a few templates. How to ... How I ... Secrets of ... Have a call to action. This is me, Dan Lok.
It's the same one, so I want you to know I purposely copied this so then it doesn't feel disconnected. So it's actually the next stage. Yeah.
Right. So having a call to action is one of the most powerful strategies you can instantly use on YouTube and any social media platform. Why? First, it's an interaction with the viewer, which YouTube rewards you to do. Second, never assume that the viewer takes the action you want them to take. When I started telling people to subscribe at the end of my videos, my numbers skyrocketed. Number 3, consistency beats insanity, instant intensity. Most people started on YouTube getting this backwards. They think in order to get thousands of subscribers and views fast, it's by pumping out content like a shotgun. The only problem is they can't sustain it for longer than a month. They get exhausted, they burn out, and they quit. And YouTube doesn't reward that. YouTube rewards people who consistently upload 2 to 3 times a week for 1 year, and not the person who uploads every day for 1 month and then quits. Now, there are some untold skills you need in order to turn your YouTube views into profits. Which one you should develop is already within you. You just don't know it yet. If you want to know what that skill is, and you're born to do, take my free quiz here, danlok.com.
Now, in this case, we are driving them to the offers actually, CIFA's YouTube program, Tube Yonghorn, which is teaching people who want to use YouTube to grow their business, or they just want to be a professional YouTuber, right? So, but notice, do you notice CIFA doesn't talk about what it is? I don't talk about how the program would help them launch their YouTube career, or the program would help them get more views. No, the whole thing is a story. But in between, there are some useful tips, but not so useful that they could go out there and do it on their own. It's like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's good, but not so much that they don't need the solution. And that's one of the mistakes, again, a lot of copywriters make. Because think about, it's like a tension. When you release the tension by giving them the solution on the spot in an email, you've released the tension, your prospect is not going to buy. Because they've already like, okay, I got it. Like if, let's say if CIFA gives them a 20-step process within an email, what they would be thinking is, well, let me just try it on my own. Let me try this first. And nothing is more dangerous than giving them just enough information to make them dangerous. And I never do that. And I tell people, like, you see what I do? But if you want in-depth training, in my YouTube videos, I talk about this all the time, right? You're watching a 5-minute video on copywriting. It is not the same as going through 7 weeks of intense training with a system, with the process, with implementation steps, with a community. There is no fucking comparison. There's just none. But people would say, oh, I watch a 5-minute video. I get it. Like, can you see like even videos, a 5, 6, 8, 10-minute video on CIFA's channel on copywriting? It's like, compared to HIC, how would you compare? Like, how would you compare? Like, it's not even, it's not just not the same thing. It's not in the same universe. But people might think, oh, I think I get enough from the video that I could kind of try doing on my own. And that's why they fail. They don't understand. They don't get very far because they've never gone in depth. It's not in depth. Like this is in depth. And almost all the content I put out there, most of them, it's always, I'm going to give you a big secret. I'm going to give you a mic drop moment. You ready? You ready? This is a big secret that of mine. Okay. Keep it within a community, within a family. When you are creating content for your clients, any type of content, and this is how you could create massive amount of content and it won't affect your sales. What to do, but not how to do it. What to do, but not how to do it. This email is what to do, not how to do it. Almost all my content on social media is what to do, not how to do it. What to do meaning the steps, tips, 5 ways. How to do it is what they need to do to actually develop the capability. That's the big difference. It's like seeing someone playing a guitar versus you playing guitar. They're two different things. Do you know what I'm talking about? So when we're creating content, if you create on what to do, but not how to do it, they would get enough from the what to do, but in order to get the how to, they would need to invest. Watching Sifu's role play to getting you good enough that you could role play and you can execute and you have the capabilities, there's a gap. There's a gap. Like hearing what Desmond and Sifu did to giving you the skill and training you good enough that you could do that, there's a gap. That needs training. You see what I'm talking about? Like you could see like, wow. How many of you, when you hear Sifu roleplay in the last couple of weeks, like you in your mind, like, wow, I wish I could communicate like that. I wish I could close like that, right? But there's a process. You will not learn that, and Sifu will tell you, right? Look you in the eyes, you will not learn that listening to me roleplay. You only learn that through the process over 7 weeks. That's why there's a program in place. Like there's steps to these things, right? There's method to these things. Right, and you know how Sifu structured the programs. So then to help you to get to that one step at a time, you got to know this, right? How to do this and this and this and this, right? And then that's how to develop the capabilities. What I'm very good at as a teacher is I'm very good at figuring out what you need to do to develop the capabilities. And that's why you see Sifu's program training students from all walks of life, from all over the world, different background, different age group, right? Different experience, why they could learn something and they could do it. That's the difference. It's not just certain or only certain types of students, only if they speak perfect English, only if they are extrovert, they can do this. No, it's not true. Because if the system works, it works for everybody. As long as you're willing to implement. If you don't implement, then it's not going to work. But for anyone who is willing to implement, then it's going to work. Sifu, let's say you've positioned yourself as an email bundle copywriter. How do you ensure you can consistently come up with different ideas for numerous emails on a regular basis? You're going to get that. I'm going to teach you that, exactly how to do that. So do you see? What to do, not how to do it. And then you will no problem creating content. You have no problem asking your clients to create content. Because the solution is not in the content. The problem still exists. Now, could they use the content to, let's say the journey from it's 1 to 10. Could they use the content, the free content, to get from 1 to 2? Sure. Could they use the content to get to 1 to 3? Sure. But chances of them using the content, like just free content from 1 to 10, there's a gap. There's a gap. And if you make such an offer in a way that is going to help the clients to get there faster, then people will be willing and happy and grateful to make that investment, because people don't want to do things the hard way. You don't want to do things the hard way. I don't want to do things the hard way, right? Just like now, we are upgrading the software for instant scripts. Yeah, Sifu by speed. I just hired a top, literally just today, a top user interface designer, right, to help design, because I want to pay for speed. I don't want to try to figure this out. Right? So I said, yeah, I pay. So what do? Boom, right? So that saves me a whole lot of time. And that's what people don't understand. Like you see people, like a lot of like people with the broke mentality, like broke people mentality, they think they're saving money. Oh yeah, I can get this stuff for free. I can watch the free video. You're broke. Rich people buy speed. Anything I can buy speed, sign me up. All the time. Like, could I not figure it out on my own? Yeah, sure. I don't want to. Like, if you've done so many of, user interface design for software, I'd rather teach me. What do I need to do? Map it out. Right? That's the difference. Like, don't do what like a lot of people, I can get that from a book. I can watch free video. Fuck. Anyone who talks like that, I guarantee you look at them, you're fucking broke. So anytime from now on, you hear that, I can get it from free. I can, wait. I sense a very strong energy here. I sense some chi from you. You're broke. You're fucking broke. And they're like, how the fuck do you know? And you're like, I ain't telling you. If you want to know, give me $20. You're closing a sale. Seriously. Right? Like people who, because their mentality don't understand. Because people like that, they value money more than they value time. People value money more than value time, they never get rich. Because they don't value the time. They don't get it. They don't get it. Right? Just think about how much scarcity they have around money. They think that being smart, I don't need to spend that money. Good, you're broke. Don't spend that money. You'll never have that money to spend anyway. Why bother? Keep listening to the free stuff, Get to watch the free video. In fact, go to the library. Library's free. Go to the library. Don't get it. Like why I'm always investing, why I'm always hiring the best. Because I want to buy speed. I don't want to take 20 years to get there. I don't want to take 10 years to get there. Like who has who already has done it, has the answers? Just go directly to that person and think about what he's taught you in the last 5 weeks and a half. 5 weeks and a half on copywriting. Think about, you're not in HIC. You're not in HIC. You want to learn copywriting. How long would it take you to figure this stuff out on your own? Let's say you read all the damn books. Just realistically, you want to figure this out 100% on your own. No system, no processes, just on your own. Just think about that. So it's like the few K in investment, is that expensive, or is that a bargain? The same way I look at anything. It's an investment. Because I save time. I save time. And the problem with learning on our own, people don't think, I'll save the money, but at the same time, what people don't understand is the mistakes cost more money. Like the copy that doesn't work, the clients that you don't get, right? The clients that you couldn't close, like that just costs you money. You see how this works? Like I write a check and say, well, that's a lot of money to hire an expert to redesign the interface. Yeah, but when I don't do it, the opportunity cost, right? The attrition rate, all the advertising costs, all that costs money. It costs money. And if you actually implement what Sifu is teaching you, any one of the weeks, if you actually implement, maybe just the 3 pieces: self-esteem, self-image, self-confidence, just that piece. How many of you, no exaggeration, just that piece alone, that lesson alone is worth the investment of HIC? Just that one piece. Module 1. Now you know why you try certain things in the past, it doesn't work. Otherwise, you just keep doing it, trying different things, and shiny object syndrome, and failing, wasting time, and you didn't know why. Now you know why. Now it makes everything else that you do in the future better. Once you get it, like okay, I need to work on my self-esteem. I need to work on my self-confidence. I need to shift my self-image. Got it. Once you got it, the beautiful thing is what you learn, no one can take away. It's yours. Now you don't look at it the same way. You don't behave the same way. You don't think the same way. You with me? Mistake number 5, no call to action, or in some cases, too many call to actions. So it could be no call to action or way too many call to actions, right? So emails works best when you have some kind of call to action, right? It could be 1. I like to have no more than 3. That's just my standard practice. So it could be anywhere from 1 to 3. Now, it doesn't always mean it has to be 3. It's just what Sifu is from experience, right? Too many, because my emails is nowadays quite short. So it could be 1, could be 2, could be 3. That's what I like to do, but you could experiment. And you always want to have some sort of call to action in each email. Now, here's the thing. When I say call to action, it doesn't mean, write this down, it's always a sell. Because sometimes I do see my students, they think that call to action means that you have to make an offer every single time. No. Is that what Sifu is saying? No. Call to action doesn't mean you have to make an offer all the time. Okay? You don't always have to ask people to spend money, but you should always, here's the key. This is things that people don't do. You should always provide some kind of solid reason why you're sending a message. Because you're training your reader to click and take action. Nobody does this. They send an email like, okay, no. I want some kind of action in every single email. Something. You go back to my emails, you will see it's always some kind of call to action. So what does it mean? It could be read an article, or click here to read an article, click here to read a blog post, click here to watch a video, click here to listen to a podcast, download something, buy something, book a call, sign up for a webinar, event, conference, virtual, online, offline, learn an important concept, technique, complete a survey or questionnaire, take advantage of a special offer. Do you see how many call to actions, see different kinds of call to actions you could have? You are training, educating your list, your reader to act. So when you make an offer, they move. Otherwise, you always information. You never ask them to take any kind of action. When you make an offer, guess what? They don't move. They don't click. But if they're clicking all the time, they always say something, right? Some kind of call to action, then they know, right? When they get email from you, they should do something. That's a click-through rate. So I say, almost never send out anything without some kind of call to action. Say with me. I'll never send out an email without some kind of CTA, some kind of call to action. You always got to have something. The only exception, okay, I'm going to give you one exception. The only exception is I'm sending an email to set up for another email. I'll give you an example, okay? Let's say tomorrow I'm selling technology, okay? Tomorrow I have a very important announcement about a new feature I'm adding to the product. I could do an email the day before saying that, hey, make sure to watch for the email tomorrow. The subject line is going to be X. I've got some very, very important announcement I want to make. Make sure you check that email. But isn't that also some kind of call to action? Although they're not clicking anything, but the call to action is pay attention to the email tomorrow, right? So I want them kind of create that mind of awareness. So when they see the email, yeah, remember that email from yesterday reminds me of paying attention to this particular email. Okay, great. I will see that. You see how this works? So you could use it to set up, right? To set up for the next email, to position next email. That's okay. Or sometimes the email, it is a reminder. Let's say someone registers for a webinar. The email is not the link to a webinar because the webinar is not happening yet. But the webinar, the email is to remind them, hey, make sure you go watch the webinar. Or hey, you missed the webinar, make sure you go watch the replay. That's okay too. So it's still some kind of call to action, even without a link, but we want them to do something. In other words, every single email that we send out, the call to action is we want them to do something. Okay, you got it? You see how these like simple insights, these few things that Steve has given you just so far, you see how much that improves your email. Thinking if you go back to write email right now, by avoiding these mistakes, how much better your email would be. Have some kind of call to action, have some kind of story, work on your subject line, have something very compelling in the beginning, formatting your email. That took you what? 2 hours, 50 minutes. In 2-3 hours. Now try to figure this out on your own. How many emails you got to send out? How many decline? How many rejections? How many emails? How many offers that doesn't work for you to even come to your own conclusions? Oh, this is what I need to do. That's if you know how to reflect. Right? And summarize and simplify. Which, Sifu, that's my strength. Right? You wouldn't know because most people, they try something that doesn't work. They don't know why it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But they don't think very deeply why it doesn't work. What I like to do is I think very deeply why it doesn't work. And then I want to come up with a solution that prevents that so it doesn't happen again. And that's how really HTC came about. Sifu developed closing because I was sick and tired of getting rejections. I was sick and tired of prospects walking all over me, and I felt like getting shit on every single call and couldn't close anything. I was just tired of it, right? So I reflect, I'm like, okay, what do I need to do? So I figure out the first thing I got to do is not sound like any other salesperson. So I just look at, okay, everybody sounds this way, I'm going to go the opposite. Everybody talks fast, I'm going to talk slow. Everybody talks 80% of the time, I'm going to talk 20% of the time. But everybody try to talk features, benefit, and push the offer, I'm not even going to ask for the sale. Right? Because 20 ways to close someone. No, I'm going to use no way to close. I'm going to have them close themselves. Once I get that idea, kind of the framework, okay, then what techniques I need to implement? Then I just keep trying shit. I just keep trying different things. And suddenly you figure out, okay, this is interesting. That worked. I didn't expect that. When I go the opposite direction, they're more excited. When I don't ask for the sale, I don't have buyer's remorse. When I get the commitment up front instead of at the end, people like it. When I talk about money up front instead of the end, I don't have the price objection. So there you go. Once you try enough stuff, you figure it out. Same thing with email. When I've sent out I don't know how many, like sent so many people, like our list 1.4 million, how many emails we send out every damn day? Billions, right? Over a year. A lot of emails, right? You figure some shit out. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. You send out billions of emails, right? You figure it out if you pay attention, right? And I pay attention. Here's an example. July, it's actually a friend of mine, runs a pretty successful investment company in Vancouver, a real estate investment company. Now, I like her. I like what she does. Don't like her emails though, right? This is her newsletter. Could you see this is too many call to actions? Like too many things to click on, too many things to do. It's fine, but it's just, what do you want me to do? Right? It's just too much. The layout is not good. the call to action is confusing, right? So that's an issue. That's an issue. A confused mind, say it with me, a confused mind always says no. A confused mind always says no. Not just no to the offer, no to doing anything. Like, no, like I don't want to click on anything. It's too much. So I like to keep it very simple. You see my email is very, very simple. Very simple. And that's the best. So those are the 5 mistakes that a lot of copywriters make. So let's recap. What are the 5 mistakes? What's the first one? Boring subject lines. Boring, dull, bleh, subject lines, right? What's the second one? Boring first sentence, dull, right? What's the third one? Mistake number 3, teach too much. Good, you're good, okay. Mistake number 4, no story selling. Remember with selling. Mistake number 5, no call to action or too many call to actions, right? Now let's get into what to do. We are not halfway through the program, like maybe 30% of what I want to teach you, what I want to cover tonight. Got a lot? We've got a lot. Okay, this is just beginning. We're just warming up. Put in a chat, we're just warming up. Warming up here. Just warming up here. Okay. We're just hitting the heavy bag. We're jumping ropes. We're just warming up. We're not in the ring yet. Okay, just warming up. Are these concepts easy to understand? Are they doable for you? Could you implement them? Maybe it takes a little bit of practice to get used to it, yes? Yes. Doesn't mean you don't get overwhelmed. How many of you still a little overwhelmed? That's okay. That's okay. Just do your best to understand what we're talking about so far, right? So email profit secret number 1, there are 3 types of buyers. How many types? 3 types, right? So this is what I call the buyer pyramid. Understand this. This is very key. This is the high level concepts I'll explain. At any given time in any market, there are only 3% of the people who are looking for what you have to sell. 3%. They're the active buyers. There are 7% of the buyers in the marketplace that they have the intention to buy. They may not be ready to buy right now, but they have a very strong intention to buy. Okay? That's the top 10%. And then you have the next 30% that they have a need, but they are not ready to act. They have a need, but they're not ready to act. Then the next 30% is they don't even have a need. They're not even thinking about it. It's not in their awareness. And 30% is they're not even interested. There's no way in hell they'll buy. So let me give you an example. Let's say you're selling a car, okay? A brand, a Tesla. Let's say you're selling Tesla, okay? At any given time, if there's a need in the marketplace, 3% of the people are actively looking for a Tesla, meaning they have the money, they have the needs, they're looking. They're thinking, I want to get a Tesla now. Okay? That's the 3%. You with me? That's the 3%. You present the offer, they want it, they've been thinking about it, that's you, 3%, right? And then you have the 7% that they like Tesla, they are thinking about getting a Tesla, but maybe not right now, but maybe in the next 30, 60, 90 days, right? Maybe it's a money issue, maybe it's a just timing issue, or maybe just convince the spouse issue, right? they intend to get it, right? They just need to work a couple things out, but they are planning to get it within a short period of time. So that's the 7%. You got it? Yes? Okay. So the next 30% is they want to get a new car, but they don't know if it's a Tesla yet. They're looking at Porsche, they're looking at BMW, they're looking at Mercedes. They want to get a new car, but they're looking, I don't know if it's a Tesla. That's their 30%. They have a need. They are planning to get a new car, just don't know what yet. And Tesla is an option for them. It's a consideration for them. You got it? You see the difference? The 3%, 7%, 30%? Okay, this is very important. Okay? And then you have the 30% that they do not even know they have a need, meaning that maybe, let's say, I'll take Desmond, for example. Desmond has the Audi, right? He's had it it's still very new, right? Very new. He likes the car. Do not have a need. Like, I have my car. It's good. It's cool. I like it, right? Do not have a need, right? But Des, have you ever seen the SUV for Tesla, like, the wings on the side?
Yep, have.
Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. So imagine. So you're not thinking about it. Do you like Tesla, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, they're okay, but I'm not chasing Tesla.
Not chasing Tesla, okay. But it's pretty cool. It got the like nice screen and all that, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. So and then the automatic driving, right?
Yes.
So let's say if there's a chance that, just hypothetical, you could trade in for your Audi with the new Tesla, and it's actually less money. Like, you actually save, I don't know, $100 a month less in payment. But you can get a brand new Tesla, still white,
Yep.
Doesn't mean you got to do it now, right? But if there's a chance, no penalty, you can just do a kind of a trade. Brand new Tesla.
I would do it.
Okay, so there you go. So that could be, so Des, in this case, he does not have a need, is not thinking about it, it's okay, but could be convinced if there's an irresistible offer. Right? So it's like, oh, okay, if it's the same, it's brand new, it's cool, like this and that. Like, okay, all right, it's safe. Then, and he would justify, oh, maybe I save money on electricity. Maybe, my easier for my wife to drive. Like, he would come up with different reasons why he would justify, right? The wings is kind of cool, right? Good, like on the side like that. That's pretty neat, right? Whatever it might be, right? Now, then the 30%, the bottom 30% is just like, I don't like Tesla. I don't like Elon Musk. Fuck him. Forget it. I'll never buy a Tesla. I am a diehard, BMW fan, period, for the rest of my life, right? You know what I'm talking about? So that's the bottom 30%. So do you see, as a copywriter, you need to talk to them differently? You do not talk to the top 3% the same way you talk to the 7%. You do not talk to the 7% the same way you talk to the 30%. You don't. Because not all of them are ready to buy. So this is the basic concept. This alone, if you explain it to a business owner, they would think you're a fucking genius. They would think you are a genius. You educate them on this. And then all you need to ask is, hey, Mr. Business Owner, your marketing right now, your copy, do you talk to all of them the same way right now? And 99% of the time they say, yeah, same. Do you see a problem with that? Do you see how they buy differently? They're motivated by different things. Yeah. Do you see that you need different types of copy, different types of sales message, if you want to communicate to them the right way? And they say, yeah, right? And that would be the bundle service that I offer. Then just position that, right? I'm giving you a pitch. Why do I need so many emails? Well, let me share this with you. Have you heard of a thing called buyer pyramid? No. 3%, 7%, 30%. Do you see this? Why you need different types of messaging, different types of ads, and different types of emails? Oh, yes, it makes sense, right? It will be a huge aha moment for them. and you've just sold them 3 times more copy, by the way. Top, middle, you like 30, you just sold them 3 times more copies, 3 times more gigs. You see how this works? But if you tell them you need more copy, you need different types of copies to talk to different people, they don't get it. You show them this, you can use exactly the example that he was taught you. Use the Tesla example. They'll get it, just like you got it, right? Show them this. And it's more impactful if you draw it in front of them. If you use a little pen on your iPad thing, you show it to them, right? You want to use one of those softwares. So 3 types of buyers. You got this, right? Any questions? Good, good. Okay, so 3 types of buyers. The first type is what I call the fast buyer. So out of the buyer pyramid, who are the fast buyers? Tell me. The 3%. Yes. So a fast buyer is in a lot of pain, or they have a huge need. They're looking for a solution. They're looking for relief. Like, I want to buy. Let me buy. When you're talking to a fast buyer, the biggest mistake you could make is you make it so complicated or you drag on too long. Just let them buy. Just let them buy. You don't need to, you don't talk them out of the sale. They already want to buy. Just take the money. In other words, just take the money. That's the best. Okay. They know what the problem is. You've shown them how to fix it. And now they want to know how to actually get the solution. They have the money, they have the willingness, they have the need, they have the pain. Just take the money, right? In closing, we would use the line, how do you make commitment? How do you usually make commitment of this nature? Oh, I'll use my credit card. Okay, good. What's the number? That's it. Okay, so I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give, who wants a dating example? A little steamy, sexy example. Okay. 18 only, okay? Anyone underage? Cover years. Cover years. So, you haven't gotten laid in a few years. You have some sexual urges. One night, look at the lady, one night stand. You're actively looking. There's a need. You're not that picky, not that choosy. You're just like, okay. That's one night stand. And then afterwards, you're like, what the fuck did I do? Why did I do this? Because the 3%. The 3%. Okay. So that's an example as a fast buyer. A fast buyer. You got it? Don't need much convincing. It's late at night. You haven't been late for a long time. That person hasn't been late in a long time. Like, what the fuck? Right? There we go. Then you have what I call the slow buyer. The slow buyer. They are in information gathering mode. Information gathering mode. They know what causes the pain. They have been feeling in their business all life, and now they want to know more about it. Okay, we need to build a relationship and help them view us as a problem solver and educate them about the problem. Now, going back to the buyer pyramid, who are the slow buyers? Specifically, who are the slow buyers? Perfect. No, it's not the 30%. It's the 7%. It is a 7%. Remember the Tesla example. They're looking. It takes a bit of time. This is the 7% we're talking about, right? So who are the 7%? So Donna, Des, if you can help me out with this. Dating again.
So, have any plans later this week? How about we grab drinks or coffee after work on Wednesday or Friday if you're free?
Maybe. Not sure about my plans yet.
Sounds like we'll just have to pen pal for now. long, heartfelt texts and winky faces. So, what sort of trouble are you getting into the rest of the week?
Lol, the work-related kind mostly. Project due, so putting in some long hours, but Friday might work.
Awesome. Can you see that's a slow buyer? Not thinking about it, but could be convinced. Could be convinced. Is that how that works? No, that's a slow buyer. Still a buyer, slower. Slower, 7%. And then you have what I call the sidewalker. Think about someone walking on a sidewalk, right? A prospect on a sidewalk. They don't know yet they even have a problem. And it's our job as a copywriter to convince them something is missing in their life, right? Something is like to the point where they don't even know that they've got a problem, okay? Goes back to the buyer pyramid. Buyer pyramid. Which one is it? See if you know the answer. First 30%, 30%. No, this is that 60% in the middle. That's 60% in the middle. Most are sidewalkers. The 3%, fast buyer, 7%, slower buyer. They still want to buy. They're just working on working some stuff out. And then you have this big chunk in the marketplace. That's the sidewalker. They don't even know. So here's an example.
Hey, what I'm thinking?
What are you thinking?
You, me, a real date. Not like how kids do it these days. Like a real date. I'll pick you up, say 5:30, flowers, a pretty car, and a pretty girl. First, we grab dinner. Your favorite place? Obviously. Talk for like an hour over dinner. Then we catch a 7 o'clock movie, the best one out, like Spider-Man or something awesome. Then we go get ice cream. I'll get strawberry, and you get your favorite flavor. And we sit there and low-key fall in love with each other while we watch the cars go by and talk about life. Then have you home by 9 o'clock, curfew. And if I'm lucky, a hug, a kiss, good night. I put a lot of thought into that.
Oh my God, I'm crying.
Now, can you see this is copywriting? First of all, this is chatbot right here. It's got the future pacing. It's got an irresistible offer. It's got very specific timeline. It's got visual image. Versus, do you think you want to go out with me? Do you want to be my girlfriend? Fuck off. Right? The girl's like, oh my God. No. Right? That's why you're single. Gentlemen, this is why you're single. You got to use some copywriting technique. And that works for both sides, right? Man and woman. When Steve says, XYZ gets you paid, gets you laid, that's totally not compliant at all. I'm not saying that XYZ would get you laid. I'm just saying certain students use the same techniques they learn in copywriting to improve the different areas in their lives, including romance. Does that make sense? So you could use it. It's actually the same technique. It is the same. You can use copy to create interest, to create curiosity, right? To get attention. So many things that you could do. Now, back to copywriting. It's too much fun. When marketing online, if you only focus on selling to fast buyers, you are leaving a fortune on the table. Could you see that? If you're only talking to the fast buyers, we're talking to the 3%. You're talking to slow buyers in combination, it's 10%. So here's the writer downer here. email marketing is all about converting the slow buyers and the sidewalker into actual customers. That's what email is all about. People who don't buy, who are not ready to buy, who are walking on the sidewalk. They need some convincing. They need some relationship building. They need some nurturing. Yes, Patrick, they need some of that. Right? Because the fast buyers, they see an offer, they see the landing page, they see the sales page, they buy. We don't need emails. They watch a webinar. By the end of the webinar, they click and they buy. They're the fast buyers. They're already looking for it. You just need to make the offer and here's how to buy. Right? But the slow buyer is like, oh, yeah, let me think about it. I watched the webinar. Let me watch the replay again. Let me get a couple emails and let me see some social proof and boom, I will buy, right? The sidewalker is like, why do I even need this? Why don't you watch webinar? I'm like, why? Right? It needs convincing. It needs something first. Okay. Do you see the purpose of email in terms of in the whole marketing funnel perspective? Why we need it? This is key. This is a very important concept. So if you talk to them, if you look at emails, if you talk to them like the top 3%, your email is not going to convert. Your email needs to talk to them like the middle 60%. And if you know what is preventing them from buying, and if you've done your research, you will know what would make them shift. You don't know only because if you have not done the research. You with me? That's why you have to guess. You don't know them. But if you do know, then yeah, no problem. Email profit sequence number 2. You want to get clear on your outcome. You want to be very clear. Goes back to the call to action. What do you want them to do? What is your intention? What exactly do you want to accomplish? And sometimes it's not just, I want to make a sale. Sometimes that might not be the case, as I've shared with you. But you want to be very clear with your intention. This is probably the most common mistake, another mistake that I see copywriters make. They don't have a very clear intention in terms of their message, who this is going to, what's the state of mind the prospect is in when they're reading your message. You see how this is not, what everything Steve was teaching is not about words. It is about words, but it's not about words. The best words in the world doesn't help if you don't understand what they're going through, what are their struggles, and what problems they want to solve. Right? You wouldn't know. Are you cold emailing prospects one by one? So is there a difference? So think about if you are doing your email outreach, even using Jeremy's perfect video script, if you're doing, let's say, cold emailing outbound outreach, right? Are you doing it one at a time? Right? Is that what you're focusing on? One at a time, right? Now, do you think, put in the chat, if you are doing it one at a time, do you think you should have a different kind of message? Depends on who you're selling to. Would you talk to them all the same way? Yes or no? Yeah, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't talk to them the same way. You would. How many of you would put in the chat? How many of you would customize your message? Right? You customize your approach. You wouldn't talk. But how many of you, when you're sending out those emails, you copy and paste, right? You just copy and paste. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. You do not want to copy and paste. Here's a very, very good tool that you could use, which is called Yesware. Write this down, Yesware. Yesware. Now, this tool, what it allows you to do is it allows you to know if your, first of all, it manages your kind of your contact list when you're doing a lot of one-on-one kind of cold outreach. But the second thing is very cool that it does is it tells you if they have opened up your email or not. So instead of when you're sending it out and you're not so sure, oh, you know, it has my prospect open up my email, they don't really know. Like, you don't really know. This Yesware allows you to do this. Now, is this a useful tool to have? Knowing if your prospect has, because if you know they have not opened your email, if you want to do a follow-up email example, right? Could you use a different message? Right? If you know they have opened up your email, but they have not replied to you. They have not replied to you. So now could you use a different message? Yes or no? Right? You could do that differently. Now let's talk about how many ways we can use emails to generate profits. So put in the chat, what are some of the ways that I want to see how much you know? How many different ways we can use emails to generate profits? Take a look. Let's see. How many ways? If Des, you can help me read some of those out. How many different ways?
50 emails, offer, special promotions, promote a webinar. You tell me, way too many. Call, email, engage, re-engage. Sales letters. Plant seed for future business, limitless, sign up for the list, landing page, teaching, offers.
Good, all good. So let's take a look at this one. So I'm see if it's going to give you some examples here, okay? Fast cash emails. What do I mean by fast cash emails? It means that the prospect already has a list, a warm list of some kind. And what you do is, as an email copywriter, you would make a special offer to that list. So you know they are looking forward to buy, you just make an offer. And you will be shocked when you work with client, how many of them don't make enough offers. They just don't talk about the offers enough to the prospects. They might make an offer once a month. I'm like, how come you don't make it once a week? You don't want to do it too much, so then you're burning the list, but you don't want to do it so little that it's not enough, right? Second, you can do what I call reactivation email. These are the emails that goes to customers that maybe they haven't bought for a while, right? They haven't bought for a while. Or maybe they bought from the past, but then for some other reasons, they stopped buying, right? That list, you could now make an offer to them and say, hey, we've added these things, and or sometimes I would do what I call a like we miss you kind of campaign, right? We haven't seen you in a while. What's happening? We've added these things. We did some cool things. Come back, do business with us again, right? That happens too. Affiliate emails. Affiliate emails are emails that your client could give to affiliates, their promotional partners, to use to sell their products, right? So, because sometimes when you are doing any kind of digital marketing, you want to make it simple, right? Yes, your affiliate, they could actually like promote and they could write the email themselves, but why don't we make it a little bit easier for them, right? that we could actually, you know what, these some emails that I have already written for you that you could actually use, and they can just kind of modify it slightly, and then they could use it. See how that works? I like this a lot. Like this is how in the beginning when Sifu was getting started, how I got a lot of those affiliates early days, right, into the marketing, because I would help them because of my copywriting skill. I would help them and say, hey, promote my product, and I have already written these emails for you in your voice that you could just use it. And they're like, oh, great. Because otherwise, I noticed there's delay. Sometimes they don't have time. Not that they don't have the intention to promote, but they just don't have the time. So I want to remove that obstacles. Right? I want to make it easy for them. You got it? So affiliate emails. Then you have what I call product launch emails. So when you are, let's say, launching a new product, right? You want to create excitement, buzz, new product, new service, something new, right? Great, you could do that. And usually it's a series of emails. It's not one. Like it's multiple. It's multiple emails. You can do survey emails if you want to find out what your customers are looking for, or you're planning for some new product development, or simply serving customers who have left what they don't like about the product, what you could improve, right? You could do that as well. Matthew is asking, would affiliate emails require extra lead time to write? You could learn each of the affiliate voices. Yes, yes. But if you, Matthew, if you use the one client model, you're writing all that for one client anyway, right? You could do a generic one. If it's a very big affiliate and if it's necessary, then you would customize those. For Sifu's affiliate program, for my program, I have like a generic one that everybody uses. But if they are like big time affiliates, then I would have my team to craft some specific emails just for them to be able to use. But it needs to be worthwhile, right? Sifu, Brian, could you talk about how to get people into the email list and different email sequence? Well, how do you know? It's coming up. It's coming up. Number 6, story emails. Build trust and establish authority. So this is the kind of the Sai, right? You saw that kind of emails, right? Versus Dan Lok. One of my favorite, like story emails. I love these. In fact, if you could do these so well, if you can write story emails so well, chances are you don't need to hard sell that much. You look at the Wall Street Journal ad, so $2 billion. Is that a hard sell? Is that a hard push ad? Then how they sell $2 billion worth of Wall Street Journal all these years? It's a story, right? It's like, it's a very, in fact, it's quite a soft pitch in my mind. So that's a story, right? Number 7, e-com. Someone goes to a shop, to go to Shopify, one of those ones. They don't buy. Now what? Let's say, it depends on the system, you could use where they actually fill out their information, but they have not clicked process, or they have not entered the credit card information, right? We call those abandoned cart emails, right? They abandoned the cart. They have not followed through. You can have email, hey, I noticed you wanted to buy this. Is there something wrong with our thing? Is it sometimes something wrong with the tech? No problem. Here's a link again, click it and buy, right? Or you could have where special offer that they opt in. Hey, get any exclusive discount and special opt in, and they give you the email address, and then you can follow with them. Hey, we've got a special offer. Or the first time purchaser, you get X. Here's a coupon where you get 5, 10, 20, $30 off, whatever it might be. And then you follow with them with other offers, right? But Sifu, what if you're selling simple stuff like high ticket car modifications? How can you give value apart from like bulk up your car and make a decision, make attention demanding? How can you reach out to your audience and keep it fresh? I'll go into that. You'll see that. In fact, high ticket sales, because the thing is so simple, right? It's a high ticket offer. You need more communication. You can't talk about the thing because you can only talk about the thing so many times. You need to talk of, it's not the thing that sells, it's not the thing. It's what? It's the thing that sells the thing. You got to talk about everything else but the thing. You with me or you're lost? You need to talk about everything else but the thing. Because the thing is too simple. I'll give you a perfect example. Let's say I want to sell 1 hour of my time for $10,000. It's a very simple thing. How many different ways? It's 1 hour of my time for $10,000. How many different ways you want me to talk about it? It's not many. But I would talk about everything else but the 1 hour. I could share a story. How I have made a disaster mistake in business and how much that cost me. I could share the entire story, right? And then I could transition into, hey, you know what? Maybe 10,000 is a whole lot of money, but what's the cost of you not knowing, right? What's the cost of you making that mistake like I did? Book a time, 10K, right? I could share another story of how I have made so much money with a certain process. Book a time. I can share a story how someone paid me $10 an hour, what results they got, social proof, sell the same thing. It's not about the time. You see how this works? Yeah, so you would do the same thing when you're selling high ticket offer. It's exactly the same. So it's not the thing, it's what gives the thing value. So I realize people are not buying my time, they're buying a result. What is the result? And the result could be demonstrated in many, many, many ways. Right? It's not just you do this and you're gonna generate all this revenue. Sometimes if I'm talking to a different entrepreneur, let's say they're doing certain amount of, let's say they're doing a few $1 million in revenue, they want to scale. I could do an email talking to them and say, hey, do you have a problem, experiencing like people, building a team, culture? Yeah. Like how much one bad hire costs you? Oh, huge amount of money in the email, right? Then I transition, block an hour, invest an hour with me. I'm going to give you the exact process of how I hire. And then boom, same 1 hour time. Depends on how I want to sell it. Right? Got it? There are different systems out there. Now I'm going into a little bit of the tech. So Aweber is a very simple system a lot of people use to send out emails. So it could be an email that your client probably they're using something, but I want to give you a few options. And we'll talk about each option, why they're good. What are the pros and cons? So Aweber is very, very cost effective. So if your client is not doing a huge amount of emails, this is pretty good. So Aweber is one of them. Okay, you're writing this down? I'm going to go through this quick. Okay. MailChimp is another one. Right, you get an account for free if you want to do any kind of emails. It's very simple to use, very simple user interface. A lot of people use MailChimp, very cost-effective option. I would say any kind of startup type business, maybe, let's say maybe 100, 200K and below. Yeah, I mean, MailChimp and Aweber, it's decent enough. You don't have a huge, massive list. When you are a little bit more sophisticated, like I'm talking you or your client, right? If they're doing a few 100,000, maybe even a couple million, they can do like ActiveCampaign. I used to use ActiveCampaign before it's no longer sufficient. But for decent business, it's good. Like around $1 million, maybe a couple million a year revenue. And then you have Mailpost. So Mailpost, which Sifu has also used, Mailpost is designed to deliver the email. What is like the superpower? You know how Gmail, you have the personal promotion and social. What MailPost is designed to do is to get emails in the personal box. They've got a whole system for that to maximize the delivery rate. Okay. Now this, we're talking about a 10,000 a month solution. So your client needs to be doing quite a bit to justify it, right? They need to be doing, like, if they're not doing a lot of emails, they're not doing a decent volume, they're not ready to use something like that, right? So they need, and it works. Absolutely, it works. Okay. So MailPost, and then so Sifu was using that, and then later on now we switched to HubSpot, right? HubSpot is very, very powerful. The Marketing Hub depends on what it is. Same thing. It's about 10K a month plus kind of solution. So we're talking 120K just manage your email list a year, right? That's more than what most businesses make. So they need to be doing like probably 5-10 mil to justify this, I think, right? So HubSpot. So those are different options. So if your client is asking like, hey, what should I use or what they're using, you could tell them, hey, that's good, they're using MailChimp, but as you grow, you might want to consider ActiveCampaign, or you want to consider MailPost, right? And also MailPost and HubSpot, a lot of these things, they lock you in. They lock you in for 1 year. So you're not committing 10K a month, you're committing 120K a year contract, right? And I think MailPost is every quarter you paid, right? Yes, where is only a few dollars. It's cheap as fuck. So that's for personal use. So everything I've shared with you, this is for you're doing mass email. Yes, where is for personal, outbound, like cold prospecting one-on-one. It's designed for that. It's not designed to manage your email list. You got it? Yeah, Constant Contact. I would put Constant Contact as similar to probably ActiveCampaign, that kind of level. Yeah, Constant Contact. And there are a few other ones. And they all do pretty similar stuff. Like at certain level, like lower level, it's similar. It's Aweber, it's MailChimp. Mid-level, you have the Constant Contact of ActiveCampaign, and then the top would be, it could be MailPost, HubSpot, Infusionsoft. The very big one, enterprise, would be Salesforce, right? That's the big boy, right? That would be Salesforce. Then we're talking a different game, right? And I like HubSpot because it's a little bit more entrepreneurial. HubSpot is more Fortune 500 companies. I mean, Salesforce is more Fortune 500 companies. But HubSpot is more entrepreneurial. Plus, I know the CEO, so that helps, right? So what is the intention? Do you want to get a response? Do you want to make a sell? Do you want more information, meaning you want to know more about the prospect? Do you want a referral? Could you get an email, use an email to get a referral from a client? Yes or no? Yeah. Do you want to overcome an objection? Could you use an email to overcome an objection and then make a sale? Or do you want them to book a time with you? Get on the phone, right? If it's not covert, maybe you want to meet face to face. So whatever it might be, that intention has to be very, very, very clear. Very, very clear, right? Very clear. Hey man, your call to action needs to be stronger. It's more like a whisper to action. Your call to action needs to be strong. It cannot be, oh, you can do this. No, click here, do this. Right? It needs to be very, very clear. Right? You have a strong, you don't want to, no weak call to action here. We no weak CTA. We want strong CTA. Strong CTA. Email profit secret number 3. Focus on subscriber acquisition. Now we're going to talk about acquiring subscribers. Okay, acquiring subscribers. What are some of the ways that you can get people to opt in? This is something that also has not changed. 15 years ago, people using different types of things, free offer to get people to opt in. Fast forward today is the same process. Nothing has changed. It's amazing how something has changed a lot and how some things have never changed. Email has not changed. The way we get email address has not changed. So one simple way, and it's the proven way to do it, is to offer some kind of freebie to collect email address. You want to keep the freebie very simple, singular focus, right? I don't believe in giving, especially nowadays, giving people like a bunch of stuff for them to opt in. No, one thing. This could be one PDF. We call it a lead magnet. It could be one video. It could be a checklist, like one simple thing. The simpler, the better. You don't want to hear like opt in, you get 57 ebooks and 300 hours of audio. No, one. And usually it solves a very specific problem for the prospect. So your goal then is to get as much traffic as possible to the lead capture page. We call it lead capture because you're literally capturing a lead. So it could be a free report. It could be a quiz. It could be an exclusive newsletter. That still works. It could be a membership site. It could be a framework. It could be exclusive videos. It could be a software trial. It could be audio interview. It could be a checklist and cheat sheet. So does that mean we need to have a solid website where they can sign up? If you are promoting your own business, yes, but if you are writing for clients, they should already have that. Because otherwise, how do they build the email list in the first time? Right? They must have some kind of lead magnet to build that list. If they don't, you sell them on, you need a lead magnet page, man. I'll write that for you, right? And then you got to use one of these. But if they don't even have an email list, I would say stay away from those people. If it was up to me, that means that they don't understand anything, right? They don't have a list. They're not capturing leads. I don't like those clients. If I was you, I would not work with those clients. What if you're writing for the hotels and things like that? Adrian, I don't know if that's a good thing to do now, that industry. But let's say if you are writing for that industry and the fucking industry is not fucking dying, not tanking, you will write in a corporate voice. You don't have a choice then. Chances are you need to write in a corporate voice, which is okay. It's not as personal, but still works. Still works. So you need to modify a little bit to be just a little bit more corporate-y, right? And Siva has worked with those clients before. I get it. I don't like those clients. I've worked with them in the past. And then later on, I just find them a bit of pain in the ass, right? And they got to approve every damn email. I want to, and a lot of time they don't track very well, right? It's sometimes an awareness thing. Sometimes it's a branding thing. And then I don't like that. I prefer where they can see the return. You pay me X, I make you Y. That's a very simple relationship, right? You pay me $100,000 a year, I make you 1.52. It's easy to keep. It's easy to keep that client, right? The more I make them, the more I make it. I'm teaching a very simple model. Doesn't mean you cannot work with corporate clients and all that, which is fine. I just personally, I prefer to keep it simple myself, right? How can you, if the thing that sells the thing, how can you talk about the Facebook ads if you have to focus on process, not outcome? No, if you're running Facebook, if you are writing Facebook ads, you still need to talk about results, right? Click through, return on ad spend, ROAS, return on ad spend. That's probably the language you would use. Cost per lead, cost per sale. That's what you focus on. Still results. We're in the revenue generating business. Keep in mind, if today you want to get into just the writing business, you don't need to be an HIC, right? You just want to be a writer. That you're not selling money at a discount. I prefer you're in the business of selling money at a discount because it's more stable and no competition. Does that make sense? It's not the only way to do it. And feel free to experiment. And just this is the model that Sifu has used. That I believe that gives you the highest profit margin and the best lifestyle with the least amount of management. Doesn't mean you cannot work with 30 clients. Sure, you could. And there are people on Upwork or Fiverr. Yeah, they work with hundreds of clients and make six-figure. I just prefer to work with one client to make six-figure. That's all. Right? Not that it's wrong. Like, it's fine. Both models are fine. Right? I don't want my life. And I guess I'm thinking on your behalf. I prefer your life is not that complicated. Right? Just keep it simple. Right? I like to keep it simple. Doesn't mean you cannot use, high ticket closing to do, cold call and stuff. You could, of course you could. Doesn't mean you cannot use high ticket closing to sell low ticket. You could. I just prefer you sell high ticket, you make more commission, and you don't need a lot of clients. See, what you're saying that the client should provide an email list. In addition, we want to generate new traffic. It's a mix of both new and subscribers. Yeah, they should have an email list because we want those quick wins, right? We want to help them with those quick wins. So they should already have an email list. And if they got a pretty good email list and they're not emailing a lot, I love those clients. Let's say they're already, what if they don't? You don't take them on. Okay, HIC, what's so hard not to get? Then see, you are trying to justify. What about this? What about this? What about that? They see will give you the clients you should look for. I'll talk about this week 3, right? It's always like you want some kind of exception. Well, what about this? Don't take them on. Why do you need to take them on? We are in the revenue. We want to make it revenue generating business. We want to make it rain. They've got no email. Who am I going to? Okay, I craft this kick-ass, awesome email. Who are they going to send it to? Nobody. Or they've got a list that doesn't reply, that doesn't open. Like, I could be the greatest copywriters on the planet. I cannot produce results. I need them to get results because I can get paid the amount that I want, right? You can get paid the amount that you want if they're not making money. Here's what you want. They've got an email list. They're making pretty good money. They're only sending out an email, let's say once a week, 4 times a month, and they're generating X amount of dollars, pretty good money. You look at that, it's like, God damn. If I can send out like up the frequency, 3 emails a week, they would at the minimum double their sales. You go in 30 days, you double their sales. I'm telling you, get ready. They'll send you flowers. They'll send you chocolate. I mean, you're the best buddy now. You will be surprised how quickly money can make people warm and fuzzy. Seriously. Right? Shit, you just doubled the sales in 30 days. Do you think you have any problem selling them other cooperating services? You can work on landing page, you can work on this, you can work on that. No problem. Locked in a retainer deal, no problem. Right? You make it rain. You're stuck in you're still stuck in the writer mentality. Do you see this? I need to teach you this. You are stuck in that writer mentality. Oh, what about this? What if they don't have an email list? You're trying to fix this shit. We're not trying to fix this shit. We don't make it rain. Faster, the better. It's not money. You're selling money. You got it? You're not selling writing. Money. It's the easiest to sell and easiest to retain. Yeah, don't go in when you get better. Like when you actually get better with the marketing stuff, you could go and actually turn around and fix a business. You're beginning, you're learning this. See who wants you to get paid. See who wants to protect you. I don't want you to go in and work with a turnaround. You're not there yet. Let's get the certain money first. Let's get the guarantee money first without a whole lot of headaches. It's like, it's like people in real estate. Let's get you a decent property, good tenant in place, solid cash flow. Let's just buy those properties first. Let's not touch the fucking like meth house. Like it's got fucking termite. You got to fix the whole thing and tear it down and then build the whole shit again. And then you got to flip it. there's money in that, but let's not do that first, right? Let's not do the fixer-upper turnaround thing first. Nice neighborhood, nice area, right? Safe area, low crime rate, decent thing, park nearby, awesome, right? Decent price. Let's do that. Let's do that deal. Let's do a few of those deals first before we're worried about. Once you get good, yes, there are opportunities where you could go in and now you can ask for more money because it's a turnaround. But there's also a chance that you won't get paid. You might be doing a whole lot of work and you won't get paid. So Sifu prefers to get paid. Once you get paid, you could almost allocate some of that. I call that risk time. Write this down, risk time. You can risk a little bit of time and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this. Even if I don't make money, it's not a big deal. I've got other gigs that are making money, but I'm going to learn something from it. Worst case scenario. But if this thing works, shit, the payoff is going to be massive. I prefer you don't do those deals, not your first year anyway. Agree? Let's get you good first before we talk about like those type of deals where they need way more help. Like they need a whole bunch of things. Keep it simple. And just because you're giving away something for free, it doesn't mean you don't need to sell it. You still need copy to sell it. In fact, you need to sell it even harder because people don't want to get crappy emails and shit that they don't need. Do you want to get crappy shit that you don't need in an email? That clutter your email box. You don't want that either. So you need to sell them why like the prospect wants to even give you the attention and give you the email address. So here's some example of different types of landing pages. Here's a quiz funnel, right? Find out if you're eating the right kind of food, right, for your body. So that's 30-second, quick promise, boom, take the quiz, simple funnel. And in this case, you actually take the quiz, and at the end, a lot of quiz funnel, that's how it works. You want to get the result, then you put in an email address, then you get the result. So that's an example. Another example where it's a free giveaway, in this case, is kind of like a local chiropractic offer, right? Put your name and email address and boom, right? You get some kind of certificate. So that's pretty good. If it's a targeted ad for that city, for the right demographics, that will do very well. And it's building that list, right? And it doesn't mean they all come in at the same time, but they know if it's how many of you ever been to a chiropractor? Right, a good one. Yeah, you go there, do you just crack your back once and then you never see them again? If the doctor is good and you feel good? No, now you're gonna go back. So it's a very good way to get people in and you become a regular customers, right? Now you want your crack back, your back crack, once a month or something like that, right? And they've got different upsells, they've got different things. Beautiful, right? Here's another one. This is actually a funnel that Sifu is testing, this is for actually HTC, right? More timely. And it's a free video training. It's like a 20-minute, right? So that's another form of lead magnet page. Question, Sifu, do you recommend ClickFunnels or other funnel software? I use ClickFunnels for most of my things. Is ClickFunnels perfect? No. Is any software perfect? No. But it's good enough. It's good enough. Yeah, ClickFunnels, it's good. And also, part of it, also relationship, right? Russell and I are very good friends. And we're actually talking to see actually maybe doing a deal together. So yeah, so ClickFunnels I use. Here is another one, which is actually from Darren LaCroft, who is actually one of my students. I used to consult, and I taught him how to do marketing. So you would see he's world champion, Toastmasters, public speaker, and he's this kind of virtual event, webinar funnel, right? Want to save my seat. Very simple promise, free webinar, reviews how to deliver unforgettable presentations. So it's a very simple, so it's a one page lead magnet. You notice all these examples. Can you see how simple that is? It's not a bunch of stuff. It's just one little thing, like one simple promise. Give me an email and I'm going to give you this, right? And you could have different lead magnets going to the same email address. You could have different lead magnets. Like it's not just one. You could have many, many different lead magnets. Any questions? Should you include testimonials on permanent landing page? Everything is all depends on testing. It depends on testing. See, when you email a business, where can you get the email of the decision maker? It's usually support email, okay? Here's a secret. It's called LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the best way to get to the decision maker. Yep. LinkedIn. How long for testing? Testing has nothing to do with how long. It always has to do with how many actions. Some say 100, some say a few hundred, depends on the niche. Actions meaning, because let's say I run traffic to it. I drive 1,000 visitors, and out of 1,000 visitors to the page, I have 30% opt-in, right? So out of 1,000, I have 300 opt-ins. That's pretty good. And I test that. So I know the page is converting at 30%. Then my next step, maybe I come up with a different headline, different hook to see if I can bump that conversion to 30% or beyond. If it takes me a day to get that results, one day I will know. If I'm not spending as much money, it takes me a month to get the results, then the testing would go on for a month. So it has nothing to do with time, it has everything to do with actions. Does that make sense? Yeah, good. Let's see. Alex is asking, is email copywriting the most profitable? Yes and no. It's the easiest to get your foot in the door. It is extremely profitable if you're fucking good. And if you pick the right client. But the reality is landing page could be very profitable. Facebook could be extremely profitable. It depends on how good you are. They're all profitable. But email is the easiest to sell and easiest to produce results. Good question. Let me see another one. See, about the types of buyers, how do you know who are fast buyers and slow buyers, and when they only give you their email address? So this is why, this is good question. I like this. This is why when you're crafting, now we're talking about funnel, you need to give them, so I'll explain a wrong way of doing it. So stay with me. This gets a little bit technical, okay? You there? Focus? Attention? Okay. So let's say someone opts into this offer that you're looking at. If I watch the webinar and you don't let me buy, and it's only in the 5th email that I see an offer, then you are turning away the fast buyers. Fast buyers meaning they want to buy right now. So you got to give them a way. When I click on a page, I watch the thing, I want to buy. Just give me a link to buy. If I don't buy at the moment, then the follow-up emails, then I'm already talking to the slow buyers. Right? So in some cases, you may not want them to go through so many steps. In some cases, the slow buyers, yes, you want them to go through more steps because you need to build trust and establish credibility and authority. You need to do all of that. Right? But you want to give them the option to skip the line. That I want to see the offer. I know what it is. Let me buy. Right? So your funnel would filter. You don't need to know. Your funnel does all the heavy lifting. Does it make sense? One more example. Okay. If you go to Unlock It, I believe it's Unlock It. Unlock It book. If you want to get the book, right there, the next page, you're going to get the book shipped to you. And now because COVID-19, the shipping takes fucking forever because the country is not accepting the book. But the next page you will see an offer. I don't need you to get the book first, read through the book before I make the offer. Because I know the fast buyers, immediately you would have the offer, right? And then if you go for the offer, there's another offer. If you go for that offer, there's another offer. There's 3 in total. And I believe at the end of that, it's either XTC or XIC. I'm not so sure because we test it all the time. But so if they could buy a book, so I'm not thinking of someone needs to get the book, order the book, get the book physically, go through the book before they could buy the next thing. Do you understand? That's a fast buyer path. They could buy everything upfront. Or the slow buyer, they get the email while they're waiting for the book. It maybe it's the 10th email, maybe it's the 15th email, then they take action. The sidewalkers, they actually wait till they get the book. They finish reading the book. They've been getting emails for 30, 60, 90, like could be 6 months, right? And suddenly something happens, something changes the circumstances in their lives. Now they say, okay, I need to do something. Now, then they take action. So through the funnel, now we're going to strategy, but for funnel, you need to build in a way that appeals to all 3. If you only have a funnel that talks to fast buyers, you're missing that 7% and the 60%. If you only talk to the 7%, then you're mixing the fast buyers. So all 3. Okay, last question. See, Bart. So we can talk about results as long as they're not specific. Okay, you're talking about compliance, right? I'll explain this one more time. When you are writing for Facebook, it's a front-end cold traffic ads. It needs to be compliant. You cannot talk about results. You can talk about the mechanism. You can talk about the process. You cannot talk about results because Facebook just doesn't allow that. Email, you could. Because it's your list. You could talk about results if you actually have those results. Why Sifu needs to teach you how to write just copy based on proven principles, and then you need to modify it for compliant. I said it before. I said it one more time. I need to teach you how to fight in street first before put on the gloves. If you only know how to put on the gloves with all the protective gears, you'll never be a great fighter, right? I need to teach you how to fight first in different circumstances. Then I put you in the ring and then put on the boxing gloves, you're fine. That's a compliant, right? That's the Facebook ads. That's you need to tone down. You cannot make crazy promises. You cannot even make promises. Great. You can tone it down. But if you don't know how to hype it up, let's use that word. You just need to tone it down. You will be a lousy copywriter. You need to be able to hype it up and tone it down. And you need to know when to do it and when not to do it. If you're with me, say, you got it. For Facebook ads, you're talking the top 10%, 30%. No, it depends. Because that goes into whole media buy. I don't want to go into that conversation. For Facebook, that's why you can see there's a lot to this. There's a lot to this. Like you see any one of these topics, we can take it out and we can just do a training on it. Because you look at Facebook, if you're targeting to cold, yeah, then you need to talk to that 60%. But if I am only targeting someone that say goes to this page and they have not opted in, they've seen my offer, it's called retargeting ads, then I would talk to them like they're the top 3% or 7% because they've already seen the offer, but they have not taken action. So I would have a whole set of different messaging and emails and ads that talk to them. So now we're talking about a whole different, like this is a different skill set. I don't even want to go into it. That's a media buy skill set. Funnel building is a separate skill set on its own. All these are different high income skills. They're not the same thing. They interconnect. But just running a person running Facebook ads as a media buy, that's one skill. Building funnel, that's another skill. Like they're two different things. Like that's what being able to write SEO content that gets Google organic traffic, that's a skill on its own. You combine that with ranking, like then you have an SEO little agency going on, right? Which is what I had before. For our new HIC student, if we get instant script and use it all the time, then wouldn't it make us dependent rather than engraving the copywriting skills in our DNA? I hate to say it, it's a lower self question. Not true. Not true. You're good, you're good. Okay, so let's take a quick, wow, this is 4 hours already. Amazing, amazing. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, a quick 5-minute bio break. Go walk around, grab some water, right? Some water. I think we have about maybe another hour and a half.
Oh, I don't know, Sifu. I was looking at some of the stuff you got coming out.
Oh, maybe 2 hours?
Possibly. I
Possibly.
think everyone
6
needs to
hour
get their
class.
drinks.
That's how we do
Right.
it. That's how we do it in HIC. Awesome. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sifu. All right, while Sifu goes and gets a drink, don't feel that you have to stay here. If you need to go get a drink, stretch, move around, do a bio break, definitely go do that. Do it safely. Flip through your notes. Maybe you just need to sit quietly and digest and process some of the information. That is absolutely fine. Okay, so in the meantime, for those of you who need some interaction, maybe you'd like to express some of the things that you have learned so far and you want to type it in the chat, feel free to do that. Dana, do we have any questions or announcements from support? Any updates on what's going on?
Yes. Now, we did have an update from support. Now, the only thing that I'm going to say about that for now is make sure you have a look at the HIC Facebook group in the coming days, because there will be something beneficial for you guys, but I'm not going to say it now. You just have to make sure you look at the Facebook group. I will make a post in there, so make sure you look out for that. And as always, once class has ended, make sure to share your takeaways. Make sure to share your aha moments, your breakthroughs with the family.
Wait a minute,
All right.
Dana, was that an open loop and a call to action?
Maybe. Maybe it was.
That's right. We're training them to engage and do stuff in the Facebook group. What a concept. All right. So let's go through and type in the chat. What was one big, I write a lot of notes and I circle, I make a lot of big squiggly marks and stuff like that, so that when I'm going back through my notes, I actually can see things. So I can see here one of the phrases I wrote down here, but I'm not going to reveal everything. Let's see how many of you also wrote it. A confused mind. Finish the sentence for me.
Yes. Who was first? I said Bart. Yes.
Not never buys, does not buy. Close.
Always says
A
no.
confused-
Yeah.
Yes, always says no. A confused mind always says no. Not bad, but at least you guys understood it, right? Now, would you like me to share with you a pro tip, a bonus pro tip? Yes? Yeah,
Ooh.
depends on the...
I
Maybe
don't
some of them do.
know.
Maybe some of them have
Some
gone
of
off the buy break. Okay, well, here's something that I found to be very, very beneficial. You can use this. This is no different than attending a live event. Would you agree? Right? Attending this, a live in-person event. If you've ever been to a conference, it's very similar. There's a lot of information. Many of you come off a class or a live event like this and you feel overwhelmed. Take some time to decompress, but within 24 hours, look back through your notes and relive the moment. Write out your notes again. See how much you actually retain. Close your eyes, visualize, chunk it up. Oh yes, the first hour we talked about this. Second hour we talked about this. Third hour we talked about this. How many of you have actually done that? How many of you actually become almost religious or turned that into a habit? I can tell you that's one of my most priceless habits to develop. that if you're flying home from an event, as things ease up eventually, or even if you're attending a live webinar online, virtual summit, within 24 hours, 12 to 24 hours, decompress, and then come back, get your notebook out, and as copywriters, rewrite out your thoughts from start to finish. Now, I'll let you think about this as Sifu's coming back. Why is that important? Don't answer me now, but just think about it. Why is that important?
All right. I see Philip says, my big takeaway right now is the 3 types of buyers. I will be using Sifu's principles in my closing calls with email marketing prospects later today. Wow, great.
Vincent, yes, you can. You can refer to your notes, but I would challenge you not to refer to your notes. I would do it blind first, and then I flip back and forth to look at my notes. So I do it blind off just memory. And then I go back and look at my notes.
All right. Are you back? Ready to rock? Give me a yes. And remember, goes back to the instant scripts. It is like saying if instant scripts will affect your cooperating skills. Like, Sifu is giving a Ferrari, you're saying that the Ferrari will make you a bad driver. You see how that makes no sense? A car is a car, it's a tool. The tool doesn't make you or break you as a copywriter. A tool helps you to save time, right? It's a tool. This is why copywriters, we will never be replaced, not in our lifetime, by AI. Because AI can't think. AI doesn't understand emotions. It doesn't understand what makes people tick. Because human beings, we're complex. We're simple, but we're complex. So the tool is just a tool. It's no different than a pen. That's all it is. So how you use it, that's up to you. Make sense? Yeah, don't let that hold you back. Oh, no. If you're handwriting copy, you think instant scripts could come out the offer for you? You think instant scripts would know what your audience wants and what headline to use? It cannot do the thinking for you. You have the writing aspect, and then you have the thinking aspect. What he was teaching you is the thinking aspect, which is the aspect that almost no one understands. They want all want to go into writing. It's not about, how many times I've said it, it's not about fucking writing. It's not about writing. I say it again and again and again. It's not about writing. Although it has the writing word in it, it's closing in print. Say it with me, closing in print. Closing in print. It's about closing. It's about transfer of emotions. Not about writing. Don't get confused. Writers are broke. Don't be a writer. Don't be a writer. You want to be a ringmaker, a silent ringmaker. You want to be a high-income copywriter, not a writer. Right? Writers can't pay the bills. Writers charge per word. Like, think about everything I've taught you so far. Writers, like, how much is writing? Most of what I'm teaching you is the psychology, the marketing. What else? Research, offer. That's what makes a good copywriter. That's the difference. And that's the stuff that is not, most people don't, they've been a writer for many, the stuff they don't learn. And that's why they don't understand the business they're in. They think they're in the writing business. But you know better. When you're not in the writing business, how would a writing software affect your skill? That doesn't make sense to me, does it? Does it make sense to you? But could you use a tool to save time? Could you use a tool to archive and save your work? Could you use a tool to get inspirations? Absolutely, yes. Should you do it? Absolutely, you should do it. Right? But it will not replace your thinking. Clear thinking leads to clear writing. Remember that? So thinking it through, thinking about the offer, thinking about that, and that helps you in everything you do in the future. That's my goal for you. Doesn't matter how far you want to take your copywriting career, or you want to start your own business, you want to partner with other business, you want whatever that you want to do. This foundational skill, knowing actually how things work. Remember, not how things most people think it works, how things actually work. Right? Now, this is a gift, this is a skill that could take you to anywhere. You can go surface level with this, which I hope you don't. You could go very in depth into certain things, like drill down into, I want to master email. I want to master landing page. Or you can go different verticals, meaning you can integrate, maybe down the road, you want to say, hey, Siva, I learned copywriting, but now I actually want to learn funnel building as well, so I can combine the two. Or you learn copywriting, you want to focus on media buy, you want to start an agency, that's cool, right? So you could be flexible with this, and it should be like that. It's not just, that's how Siva did it. I started as an agency, right? And then I did consulting, right? I transitioned into the marketing, right? And then public speaking, all these are skill sets. And now everything I do, it's a mixed, I'm just utilizing all these skills to grow the business. But I couldn't do what I do today if I didn't have the skill back then. So I used that. So I'm an entrepreneur who happens to be very good with closing, who happens to be very good with copywriting, who happens to be very good with speaking. Right? But I'm a CEO first. Is this making sense? Does that give you more clarity? So don't view copywriting as a course. If you view this as a course, you will fail. I'll say that one more time. You view this as a course, you will 100% fail. Because a course has an end date. You view this as a skill that you continuously to hone and learn and refine, then you would absolutely succeed. You got it? Don't view it as a course. All the stuff you've done in the past, you view it as a course. Did it go far? Not far. I never view copywriting as a course. Day one, it's just a skill. That's why I'm still learning. It's a skill that I have. I just keep refining and honing it until the day I die. Like, it's just, that's how I see it. You view it as a course, because how are you going to get good at anything you view as I'm going to try for 7 weeks. Like, just doesn't matter how smart, how much time you put in, how good do you get in 7 weeks? Don't you need to practice? Don't you need to go out there? Don't you need to test things out? Right? That's how it works. So this should serve as a benchmark, as a stepping stone to, okay, if you walk away from HIC with the intention of, I'm going to double down, this is a skill that I want to master. I want to learn as much as I could. I want to get very, very good. So this serves me for the rest of my life. So I could generate income on demand. I could look at any business. I can move the needles. If you approach with that mentality, you will succeed. I promise you, you will succeed. your approach is a course, you will not succeed. Because that's not a master mentality. A master doesn't think like that. Think about anything that you learned. Learning a new language, learning a new instrument, learning a new sports. Do you play an instrument for 2 months and say, oh, good, I learned an instrument for 2 months? Do you do that? Like how good someone could be. So if someone comes to you, hey, teach me how you play piano. Teach me how you play the guitar. I give you 2 months. Or I'm a musician. I happen to pick guitar because I have a passion for guitar. I like it. I'm just going to play. You see how it takes the pressure off. That's the difference. I did not think, oh, I'm gonna do this for a few months. No, I learned copy. Same thing with closing. I just discovered, oh, this is a thing called closing. Interesting. And I just keep closing, just now closing different things, just close bigger things, right? Now I'm closing CEO of a company on acquisitions. It's the same closing technique. I'm not selling a product. I'm selling, raising money. I'm selling the bank, right? I'm selling, it's different, but it's the same. Its item has changed. You got it? And I don't care what you do, what business you want to start, whatever you want to do. If you want to create wealth, the ability to communicate in print, to close and print, is a necessity. You name whatever that you want to do. You want to sell something, you want to do online, you want to do e-com, you want to do investing, whatever you want to do. You need this skill. And that's great. Because this skill, it means that it's flexible. You can plug it into like all these things. You can plug into all of them. All of them. So I'm teaching you a life skill. I'm not teaching you a course. Don't come to me to learn a course. Come to me to develop a skill. And I would equip you with skills you cannot even imagine. The depth, the width, you cannot imagine. Seriously, you cannot imagine. That's been with me for 5 years. 5 years. How many would agree 5 years is a pretty long time? And that's how much in terms of skill sets, how much you said you've absorbed, digest, from what I know.
Even just on the closing level, maybe now 20%.
Yeah.
And copywriting, just getting started. Public speaking, 10%. And then there's a whole bunch of other things, deal making, everything else, leadership, legal, financial, so many more. I know we went to Castle together, but you're already 1,000 times already ahead on the acquisition side as well too. So there's so much more.
And Des is already the top closer in our family. Like this is not him like blowing smoke up my ass. It's not that. It's just there are a lot of skills. There are just a lot of skills, right? But it is because because especially he works closely with me. It's not just he's always in class. First of all, because we're taking the class all the time. Not like most students go through it once. How many times you've gone through HTC?
16 seasons, 16 times.
16 times. 16 times. You wonder why he's good. Oh, but see if I've gone his second time. I got it. Okay. That's the difference. That's why he's Desmond. Right? Repetition is the mother of all skill. It's the mother of all skill. You go through it once, oh, good, I'm good, I get it. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. Because if you get it, you won't say that and you won't do that. What you get is shiny object syndrome, not mastery. Mastery is practice. Practice. And you know how you get to mastery? When this shit becomes boring. When this shit becomes boring. When you can do it in your sleep. That's when you actually get good. By the way. That's when you get good. There's a period of time. When I got copywriting, I thought I get it. Right? It becomes like I know structure, headline, I got all that stuff. Right? I got it. It becomes a little boring. It's only when I kind of push through that boredom, right? That ceiling, and then when I got into a whole new world, then I realized something. And now I got what Alan taught me so many years ago. He said, Dan, to go from a bad copywriter to a good copywriter, months, maybe 1 year max. To go from a good copywriter to a great copywriter, like years. From like great to like, I'm talking world class, decades. And at first I'm like, what the fuck? I'm smart, I can get it. And what I don't realize is like there are different levels, right? That's said all the time. Every level is another devil. When you're good, then you realize, wow, it's a whole level of like copywriting that's like a different level. The integration of the skills, the understanding now deeper psychology and what you need to do, and then like going into like different things and like it's a whole different world. It's a different world. And that's when I got excited again, because I hit the boring part. When I break through that, it's like, whoa, I didn't know this. What is this? Then I got excited again, right? And then you hit that steps, and then you go, oh my God, okay, I got all this stuff. Then I got bored again. Because Steve was a fast learner. I am a fast learner, right? And I can pick things up quicker than almost everybody that I know. Like I'm a learning machine. So I get bored. So then I learn it, boom, I go to the next step and next step and next step. So my aspiration, I would say, my hope is you take this seriously. And there's a lot. You don't need to know them all. Don't feel like you need to know them all. Can we agree? You don't need to know them all. You can pick and choose, right? You can, like I said, you can go as shallow as you want. You can go as in depth as you want, but don't think that there is not an ocean. Just knowing there is an ocean. Just because you don't want to go to the ocean, don't feel like there's not ocean. There is an ocean, right? And that's what I wanted you to understand. It's beautiful. Like life is about growth. That's what life is about. Email profit secret number 4, show your personality. Your personality. One of the questions I do get from students is, Sifu, how often can I email the list? How many have this question? Should I do it once a week, once a month, once a day? What's the deal, right? How often can I email the list? And the answer is, yes, you got it. Your email can't be too frequent. It can only be too boring. If it's boring, once a month is too much. If it's engaging, interesting, enticing, compelling, sure. Once a day, 3 times a week. So it's not how often, it's how good your email is. And that is dictated by your unsubscribe rate, your opening rate, your click-through rate. If you're sending a lot of emails and you see, and by the way, all this information your clients could easily provide. Just get it from them. Because the software will tell you. Facebook, same thing. Like it will tell you all of that metrics, right? But I don't want to get bogged down with the technical stuff. So knowing that your clients could provide all the detail, your email, if you're getting, example, you're sending, let's say you're sending out an email every day, now you're getting like just a huge amount of unsubscribe. What does that mean? Your email's not good, right? What if you're sending a lot of emails, you are not getting unsubscribed, but you're not getting purchases? What does that mean? You lack some CTA. Could be the offer. It could be the funnel. Could be the checkout page. Then we'll need to see what needs to be tweaked, right? Because maybe you're getting a lot of click-through, but not a lot of purchases. Then it's a sales page issue, not the email issue. You're getting a lot of people opening an email, not clicking through, your body copy sucks. Your email is not good. You see how this works? All the answers you need, you would know if you look at the numbers. See, how do you show personality of a faceless e-com brand? You could. You look at a lot of e-com brand where they would show more images. You would use storytelling. You would use testimonials and stories. Look at Dolph, that the ad they had for video. It's not about a personality. It's a soap, but they use people to sell. So we need to do the same thing. People buy people. Write this down. People buy people. People buy from people, not company. So you got to have human element. You look at Coca-Cola. If you study Coca-Cola all over the years, before they're talking about the drink, now everything they do. If you've seen, how many have seen those Coca-Cola like ads, video ads, infomercials? What are they selling now? Like nowadays. First of all, happiness and joy. You got it. What do you see? Do you just see the damn freaking bottle on a table and just like zoom in and camera is looking at that shit? No. What do you see? You see people celebrating. You see them personalize the bottle. It's all about people, right? It's all about people. Party, fun. Now, they don't talk about people drinking the Coca-Cola and getting obese. Too much sugar. They don't talk about that. Happy people, having fun, drinking. It's like beer, right? The big polar bear looks cute. You don't think about, getting overweight, but oh, that polar bear is cute. Right? They don't talk about the 25 grams of fucking sugar in a can. They don't talk about that shit. Right? It's all feelings, emotions, having a good time with your friend, all this stuff. Right? They know what they're selling. And they've shifted their marketing. Back in the days, it was more like you would see a period of time Coca-Cola was selling like kind of ease your thirst, right? It's like hot day, you drink it, like it's so good, right? It's focused a lot on the product. And now they focus all on just emotion. It's not even about the drink. It's all about friends, social lives, happiness, right? The shift of the campaign. Whoever's behind that, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, right? Because they're trying to link Coca-Cola with happiness. And damn, that's a smart move, right? That's a very smart move, right? Because that doesn't get old. And there's also a reason you notice Coca-Cola uses people and uses like animated characters because they don't fucking get old. The polar bear doesn't get old. The Santa Claus, you can interchange. Pepsi, on the other hand, Pepsi likes to use celebrity. Pepsi, back in the days, used Michael Jackson, Britney Spears. they go out of style. If you ask me, I think Coca-Cola made a better move. From a marketing perspective, I could go on and on about these different case studies. Okay, that's a whole different conversation. Your email can't be too frequent. It can only be too boring. So always remember that competition is fierce, right? It's fierce in every market. Doesn't matter what market you're in. So subscribers, they know they can unsubscribe from your list, and they know it's easy to find a lot more. So the only way to stand out is to showcase a helpful, caring personality. So you're not writing emails. Remember, it's not about writing. You're having a conversation with a friend. So when you approach email, I want you to think about you're having a conversation with a friend. Does that help? Adam is asking, is this why you switched to a cartoonish characters for your new website and your recent posts? No, Adam, it's still very much a personality, a personal brand. That doesn't change. And you see the new websites, a lot of personal brand. The cartoon is just, it goes more viral. People like to share that more. Patty's asking, Sifu, what if you have a list that hasn't been used much? Do you need to warm them up? Yes, then Patty, you would do what I call the reactivation campaign. You warm them up with some value type emails, right? A long time ago, I had a list that I haven't emailed for a long time. And I did a reactivation campaign. And basically the first email, I said, apologize, I have not been sending emails. It's my fault, my bad. To really you opt into my list because you expect valuable information. So from now on, I promise I'm going to send these emails at this kind of frequency. In the meantime, here's something for free that you could download just to make it up. Like I did that kind of like campaign, and boom, and just tell them like they're like, yeah, it's see how direct that is. Just you're talking to a friend. Like it's a great way to do it. Like that honesty, it's great. Like, apologize. It's like you call a friend. I know I haven't called you in like 5 months. I know my bad. I was moving my house and I was going through some stuff. I know I should call many months ago. Please forgive me. How about let's go out and have lunch? That kind of thing, right? It's a great catch up kind of like, hey man, like sorry man, like that kind of email. It's great. Instead of emailing them like nothing has happened. Like they haven't heard from you for 5 months and suddenly like you email them like nothing has happened. No, address what they're thinking. So write the way you talk. So some examples in terms of the question that I got. Sifu, what do you write? What if we need to do like more like 3 emails a week or even a daily email? What do we do? Now, you don't always do a daily email, by the way, just what I do. You don't need to do a daily email. Most businesses, a daily email probably would be a bit too much, unless you're very good. So what do you write or how to get ideas? Well, here's a couple ideas. You can mention a hobby or personal interest. You could discuss a valuable learning experience. You could get excited about upcoming events in your personal life. You can show an emotional side. You can talk about members of your family. You can say something funny and show your humor. You can rant about something that pisses you off. You could tell stories, right? Anecdotes. You can give your opinion about something topical in your niche. You can relate a culture trend like a news to a niche specific topic. You will not run out of ideas. This is how you don't run out of ideas, because you will see everything you could use. Everything you could use. I could teach a class. I could pull 10 topics. Just finish my season, class 6. And some students are asking me about instant scripts. Would that actually affect, right? Your writing skill? Would we actually slow your growth as a copywriter? I thought it's a good question. I just answered an email. Boom. By the way, if you have not subscribed to instant scripts, what the fuck is wrong with you? P.S. Get it. Maybe not that, but you get the idea, right? Like you can turn it into so many things, right? I could take the same thing, the dating example. I could craft an email out of that, right? Subject line: Why most guys don't get laid? ... If I want to. It's simple. Everything could be turned into content. It's like when you know where to look and you know everything that is happening could be used in terms of creating content and email and copy, you will not run out of topics. You only run out of topics when you're not looking. That means mindset. You're not seeing it yet. I could talk about haircut. That could be a story. I could talk about COVID. Oh my God, I have a lot to talk about COVID. Right? Right? You can talk about all kinds of stuff. And you might be thinking, well, do people actually want to know that stuff? The answer is absolutely yes, because people buy from people. You notice when Steve was teaching, I'm always using stories, examples. Yeah, it's not just do this, do that. That would be boring. Right? That would be very boring. So here's an example. Now, pay attention to the formatting. Where do I bold? Where do we italicize? Just pay attention, okay?
Hi, Name. Have you ever been in an awkward situation that you couldn't get out of? Well, that happened to me a few months ago. I was having lunch at a restaurant when I noticed something strange. It felt like someone was looking at me. So I looked up, and sure enough, there was a man staring right at me. We looked at each other for a split second before we broke eye contact. That's weird. Is there something on my face? Why is this guy looking at me? I thought it might have just been my imagination, so I went back to eating. But a few minutes later, I looked up and saw him staring right at me again. Now, I was getting a bit weirded out. Do I know this guy from somewhere? Does he want to fight me? Does he want to date me? What the hell is going on here? And for the rest of the lunch, we exchanged glances every few minutes. I looked at him, he looked at me. And the entire time I was trying to figure out what is going on here. None of it made sense until I tried to pay for my lunch. As I was about to give the waitress my credit card, she told me, "Oh, don't worry about it. Your lunch is taken care of." Huh? What do you mean? That gentleman over there took care of your lunch. And that's when the man who kept looking at me came over and introduced himself. "Hey, are you Dan Locke?" "Yes, why?" "I love your work. I've watched all your videos, and you've really helped me." Turns out he was one of my followers on YouTube and wanted to meet me. So we shook hands, took a picture before I went back to getting on with my day. That moment was when I realized the immense power of YouTube. You see, he didn't know me from my books, even though I've written over a dozen books. He didn't even know me from my speeches, even though I've spoken at dozens, if not hundreds, of events. No. He knew me because of YouTube. And believe it or not too long ago, no one even knew me. No one wanted to buy me lunch. But after YouTube, people from all over the world have been coming up to me and thanking me. Random people I've never met stop me on the street and have a conversation in Vancouver, where I live.
And the next line?
On the Instagram.
In Austin, Texas.
Oh, yeah, in Austin, Texas, sorry. And even halfway across the world in Japan. So, and it was all because of YouTube. It may be hard to believe, but my YouTube channel started off as an accident and snowballed into something much bigger than I expected. For the first time, I'm even going to be revealing my full story and journey on YouTube. If you want the inside scoop, you can join me here. It's called How an Average-Looking Asian Man Accidentally Became Famous. You're going to be shocked at how easy YouTube has made it for any average person to build fame. And no, YouTube didn't work for me just because I'm Dan Lok. I am the Dan Lok you know because of YouTube. So join me here, my story to see what I mean. Dan Lok. P.S. YouTube has taken me on many interesting places. In the next email, I've got a cool story for you about how I ended up amongst a sea of teenage girls, and it's not what you think. Be on the lookout for that.
Do you see the story? What do you see? What have you learned from this email? I want to see how many things you picked up. There's a hook, Tom, good. This story, yes, but how? Waiting for the next email, good. Some cliffhanger there, right? Again, am I talking about the product? No. Am I talking about the YouTube training? No. But what are we implying here through the story? Emotion, journey, authority, yes. YouTube is powerful. Now, what if I just say, do you know that YouTube is very powerful? Do you know that the gazillion people are using YouTube? Do you know that how many views are on there on YouTube? No. No. So this particular email, the psychology of this is two things. One, it appeals to people who want fame. Are there people who want fame, like people want to be famous? Yes or no? Is that a powerful motivator? For some, not for some, right? Maybe not for the introvert, but there are a lot of people who want to be famous, right? So it appeals to that. Second thing it appeals to is actually appeals to popularity. They're two different things. Famous and popularity, they're two different things. Because you can be famous and not popular, right? So you can see the picture. But also it appeals to people. Oh, if I want to impact the world, that's not self-ego thing. It's I want to impact the world. I want to reach a lot of people. Maybe I could think about using YouTube. Like if Dan could reach people from Vancouver, Austin, Texas, Japan, like, what if I just do a fraction of that? Maybe I should pay close attention to YouTube. Maybe there's some smart things that he's doing that I don't know. I should look into this. Click here, right? Let's hear the story. James, what's the difference between fame and popularity? Very simple. You go kill somebody, you'll be very famous. You'll be on the news. Won't be very popular though. You got it? Fame doesn't equal popularity. Popular is you have a lot of people liking you, right? You could be famous for the very wrong thing, right? So the two different things. But this talks about both. So your job is simple. You write emails. This is the key. Write this down. You write emails to infotain. What's the word? Infotain, meaning inform and entertain the reader so much she can't wait to read your next email. That's what you do. You infotain. You inform them with something, but you also entertain them. So think about that, the email, so the YouTube email. Am I giving them steps of what needs to be done to build a successful YouTube channel? No. Am I showing case studies of how my students have blew up their channel using my techniques? No. Not that particular email. It's simply a story to entertain. There's no how to. There's not even what to. It's just a simple story to entertain. If they like the story, now they want to learn more than they could. You see how that works? Yeah. So that's what we do as a high-income copywriter. I recommend This is something that Alan taught me, and I'm teaching it to you. National Enquirer. Tabloids. We call that trash newspaper. What you don't know is you can get a newspaper. You don't need a newspaper. You can go online. Here's what you don't know. Some of the best and highest paid copywriters work for them. You don't know that now, do you? Yep. Yep. There were some statistics. I'm paraphrasing this, okay? I don't know the exact statistics, but it was something like this. It was like more people read a single issue, I believe, National Enquirer, than, I'm not trying to get religious, than since like, then I think it was the Bible since the beginning of times. Some crazy number, something like that. If it's not 1 year of National Enquirer, something like that. Anyway, people read this shit. That's the bottom line. It tells you the society that we're in. It's not pretty. But you want to learn how to craft attention-grabbing story. They've got some of the best who know. Because this is 100% impulsive buy. People waiting in the supermarket, they see the headline, it grabs them. Something happening with so-and-so celebrity, something happening with, Kim Kardashian. Oh, that sounds like juicy. Let me grab that. Totally. And no one would admit they're reading this shit. But apparently, a lot of people are reading this shit. And Alan told me. And at first I was like, nah, like who wants this trash like newspaper? I don't want to study this. I want to study the masters. Let me study literatures. No, he said, read this because your audience is reading this. I was like, okay. I said, okay, right? And I could see like the whole, like the writing. It is very, very good writing. You don't need to like it. Put your personal preference aside. This is 100% pure skill development. I don't care if you like it. I don't care if you buy the story. It doesn't matter. You cannot ignore some of the best headlines in there. You cannot ignore how they start the story. They're fucking good. And a lot of shit is made up, which is just like boggles my mind, right? Like they would say like a reliable source confirms, and it's talk about like whatever. Who is this reliable source? Right? It's like the craziest thing that they use. And I'm like, damn, that's good. They are making shit up as if it's the truth, right? As it's the news, right? I don't agree with that, but I don't disagree with the techniques. They've got good writing techniques. So I want you to learn from that. Does that make sense? You don't have to like it. I don't like it. But I learn from it. There are a lot of people, by the way, there are a lot of people I learn from I don't like. You see, most people's problem, they only learn from the people they like. There are a lot of people I learn from that I don't like. Because I don't look at the person, I look at the thing. I don't care. Right? Why would I let that ego get in the way? I buy stuff from my competition all the time. I own all their courses. I buy all their stuff. Yeah, I do. Even they badmouth me, I buy their stuff. How can I beat them if I don't know them? Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. That's art of war. But how many of them buy my stuff? I doubt it. The ego is too big. So I know everything about them and they'll know very little about me. I like it that way. I like it that way. How limited your learning would be if you only buy things from people you like. I buy things from people I don't like. I give them money. I don't need to like them to learn from them. I don't need to like National Enquirer to learn from it. I can learn from it. And I can put these techniques into good use with good intentions and good purposes for impact. Does that make sense? I don't deny the effectiveness of it. If it's effective, I will use it. Secret number 5, maximum value upfront. So here's a way that you could do it. When someone opts into the list, if you want to scale that trust in a short period of time, you could offer maximum value upfront. Now, this you may not know. This you probably don't know. Sifu has a list, an email list called Dragon's Digest. Okay, it's my private email newsletter for successful entrepreneurs. You don't see this into public. You need to apply to get on this list. You got to fill all these questions, and only when it's approved, then it gets added to the list, right? And this is for Dragon 100, right? For list building too, for who might be good potential dragons for Dragon 100. Not over the public. You don't see this. Not a big list, but a very valuable list. That list, I share things you will not see in the public email. Very high level content. Very high level content. You don't see it. I don't talk about sales. I don't talk about copywriting. I talk about scale. I talk about acquisitions. I talk about leadership. I talk about investments. Something much higher level concepts. And I tell the people, if we send an email, we keep track. If they don't open my email, I delete them. I remove them. I tell them that. I remove them from the list if they don't open up my email when I send them Dragon's Digest. Because clearly you don't value what I have to say. So I'm doing complete opposite for that particular list. And it's highly personal, highly exclusive. Probably one of the most exclusive thing that we do. And it's free. You just got to qualify for it. Right? Now, who does this? You see how it's different? We flip the table. Yeah. If they say, oh, I'm a startup, we don't add them to the list. I'm doing a couple $100,000 a year. We don't add them to the list. We tell them, sorry, the list is not for you yet. Come back. So they don't qualify. We don't add. They don't open. We remove them. So think about the engagement from that list. See what I'm talking about? It's not the list. It's the relationship with the list. Right? Here's an example of an email, not for Dragon's Digest, but when someone opts in, here's a subject line. And don't need to go through those. I just want to show you that you see how it's a maximum value upfront. And I share with them, watch this video on marketing, watch this video on money, watch this video on mastery. It just very quickly, on purpose, multiple call to actions, just overwhelm them with value. Right? It's a very particular strategy, right? So boom, just like here. You don't know anything about me? Watch this. And then within a very short period of time, they have a very good idea, right? Good understanding of kind of what we do, right? Make sense? So that's maximum value upfront. Secret number 6, using a sequential email autoresponder. Now, again, I saw the question earlier, so I'm going to answer it now. There are 2 types of emails that you do. This, what I call the broadcast email. That means that you write an email, it gets to send out to the entire list for your clients, right? Say the client has 10,000 people, you write an email, it goes to 10,000 people. The second type of email that you do, listen to me, is what I call autoresponder email. So what is autoresponder email? That means these are emails that you have written ahead of the time, okay? Ahead of time, and you put them into a sequence. Think about almost like a step-by-step. So when someone opts in for the email, they would not get the broadcast, but they would get the first email, let's say the welcome email, day 1, right? And then maybe day 3, they get the next email. You got it? And then maybe day 5, in this case, right, they get the next email. So they could do that. And the 4th and 5th, and then maybe only afterwards, then we make an offer. Maybe it's for the sidewalkers or the slow buyers, right? The slow buyers. You see how this works? So with most of those email programs that I recommended, they could all do that. So they would get added to the list, right? And then afterwards, you can still interject anytime in broadcast email to anyone who opts into that list. Does this make sense? I want to make sure you get this. It's very critical. Very critical. So when you write emails, we need to confirm, are they hiring you to write broadcast emails, a bunch of emails, new, or are they asking you to write sometimes they'll use a language. Oh, I'm looking for someone to write a sequence for me. Autoresponder sequence. Oh, okay, then you know they wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 emails. So every single person who opts into the list, they all start at day 1. They don't start at day 5. Every single person, let's say today I got 10 people opt into my list, they all start at day 1. Tomorrow I have 10 people opt into my list, they all start on day 1. So it triggers, depends on the time when they get their email. You understand this? So example, it could be something like this. Day 1, email 1 to deliver. Day 3, email 2 to deliver. Day 5, email number 3. Day 11, email number 5. Email day 18, email number 7. Right in between, you could also still do broadcast. So here's an example, right? So when someone opts in, here's an example for Instant Scripts example, let's say, okay?
Subject line. This will revolutionize the entire copywriting industry. Hi, name. Read this email to the end because it's going to transform your copy. So recently I created a shortcut for you as a copywriter, and I think it just might change the copywriting industry forever. You see, I had my programmers take my entire file of successful sales copy and put it in a database. And using all of those proven winners, we developed Instant Scripts, the revolutionary push a button, fill in the blank software. All you do is answer a few questions, and the software generates amazing sales copy that works. No need to be creative. No need to spend hours in front of the computer. None of that. Email templates, blog posts, social media ads, sales pages, headlines, and bullets, you name it. Click here and learn more about Instant Scripts before I reveal it to the rest of the world. Deadline.
So this is talking to business owners. This is an email that talks to busy business owners. Okay. And then next day, they would get something like this.
Hi, name. Writing good sales copy is hard, and if English isn't your first language, it can be even harder. Maybe you have so much to do that you're out of energy to write copy. Or maybe you don't know what to say and just end up staring at a blank page. Or maybe you do know what to say, but you wonder if it will really convert. I've been there too. Remember my story? I flunked English, Ellen ripped up my copy, and while I was trying to provide for my mom, all these other things were also happening in my life. So I know how it feels. That's why you're going to like what my team has just created. You see, after hundreds of hours of development and many months of collecting proven sales copy, my team and I have created Instant Scripts. Instant Scripts, the fill-in-the-blank copy software. How would you like software that makes writing copy way easier? With Instant Scripts, all you do is fill in some blanks and out comes high-converting copy that you can use to wow your clients, get projects finished faster, and banish writer's block forever. And this is not just any old copy. This is some of the best sales copy out there. 1997, attention-grabbing headlines. 858, sizzling sentence starters. 304, mouth-watering bullets. 45, amazing strong body copy, and 62 remarkable PSs. Writing copy has never been this easy. If you're interested in writing copy faster and having more confidence when you submit your copy, check out our software here. Dan Locke. P.S. The software will only be offered to 500 beta testers only. After that, you'll have to pay more to get access. That's why I'm letting you know first.
Awesome. Question. Sifu, writing an autoresponder sequence for a client, do we negotiate a sequence as a one campaign or as a bulk? Oh, no, it's a bulk package. So let's say the sequence is 7 emails. You charge them 7 emails, right? So always, yeah, you don't. It's a package, but it's a 7 email package. It's not one thing, right? You charge them per email, so then you can earn more as well. So good question. Now, let's see if we share a simple secret. This is one of those mind-blowing moments. Are you ready? This is one of those mind-expanding, crazy moment here. Okay, this one thing literally has made Sifu eight figure, tens of millions of dollars. This one simple trick that I've used that I don't know why people don't do it. It's like so crazy simple. People don't do it. Here we go. It is so simple. You ready? Should we pause? Should we talk about it next week? I'm teasing you. Okay. Here's how it goes. Who's ready to be mind blown? Put mind blown in the chat. Mind blown. Here we go. Here's what Sifu does. I take my best performing broadcast emails, then I turn them into evergreen autoresponder emails. It is incredibly profitable. When you have something that works, let's say here's an email that I send out and it generates X amount of dollars. People just, okay, that's great. They move on. I'm like, that email works better than anything you've ever done. Why don't you put that into your sequence in day 15 or day 12? Anyone who opts in, they get that email. So then your broadcast, you don't just waste it, right? You send an email, you done a broadcast, and it brought in $10,000. Why would you not put that in your regular autoresponder sequence? And you take this, you're taking your best performing emails and assets, and you put them in your autoresponder sequence. And this thing works, and it makes you money again and again. It's like a machine. It's like a money machine. Because that email works. It gets a very high conversion, and you put it now in all the traffic that comes through. They all go through this sequence. It's going to produce predictable results. And then you get this. You get this. There we go. It works. I don't know why people don't do it. It works. It works. So you could do this. It's like crazy, crazy powerful. Okay. Email profit secret number 7, helping hand. We got a couple more secrets to go. Helping hand. This is the reverse of the standard email. So most emails, we have a call to actions. We We want them to take some kind of action still. But this is not providing content. It's not to entertain. You're asking your subscribers to take a specific action that helps them in some way. So you're basically asking, hey, can you help me out? Right? This type of email, it's awesome because it is a great way to build engagement with a list. So it goes beyond than just one-way communication because you ask for direct input. So who wants to see an example? Right? So first, you can fill out a survey, ask them to fill a short survey, download and review something, join an exclusive Facebook group, leave a comment on a piece of content, reply with a short response, vote in a poll. You see how it's asking them to do something, right? But it's asking them to give you some kind of feedback, right? Some kind of feedback. So here's a good email.
Okay, what do you need help with most now? Hi, what do you want to learn most right now? In a matter of weeks, we went from a booming global economy to quarantines, work from home, and a tanking stock market. With that has come many rapid changes in how we work on budgets and our outlooks. We want to be sure Lighthouse helps you with your most pressing management challenges. So tell us in our quick survey here, forms. Your answers will influence upcoming blog post topics and whether we offer a special program to level up your quarantine remote management skills. Thanks, Jason.
So this Get Lighthouse, they provide education to like CEOs and C-suite type executives. So executives type training, leadership, and they sell books and things like that. So you can see this, in this case, is a survey, right? Now here's what's very, very good. After done the survey, what they have done is they know people fill the survey, they're going to take that information. If I have filled a survey when they are ready to launch their special program on like remote management skills, they would target the people and email the people who have filled the survey first, because those are most likely to buy, right? It's called segmentation in email marketing. Segmentation. You segment different lists. Clear? Yes? Okay. You're doing good. It's a long class. You're doing good. How's the energy? Give me some energy here. Yes, I know it's late at night for some. Some is early morning. You're doing well. It's a longer class. I realize that. Are you learning something useful? Some powerful techniques. Yes. Are you having fun? Gotta have fun. Gotta have fun. So, email profit secret number 8. This is Sifu's go-to. Like, this is my bread and butter. Problem, agitate, solve. Problem, agitate, solve. This is, I believe, the email structure of high-income copywriters. So basically what you do is this. You talk about a niche-related problem that they care about. You create an open loop that a subscriber wants to resolve, right? And then the key to this message is to talk about the subscriber's pains, frustrations in the market. You talk about the problem. You agitate the problem, right? And then you hint, not a direct pitch, hint at a possible solution. And then if they want that possible solution, they click and they go to that page. This is my favorite. Like, this is what I use most of the time. Like, if I, like that day, if I felt I'm not super creative, problem, agitate, solve. Like, this is like, you know, in boxing, this is your jab. It requires no creativity, your jab. This is like the basic punch. I love this one. If you're not so sure what to write first, do this one. And you can do it in many, many, many ways. And focus on different frustrations and pain points, but extremely powerful. So say it with me: problem, agitate, solve. So problem, agitate, solve. Problem, agitate the problem, and then you solve the problem for them, right? Not giving them the solution within the email, but hint a possible solution. They click and get the solution. Okay. And it's easier to do for new beginner copywriters than storytelling. You still need to learn storytelling, but this is a good way to get started. And you will notice for most niches, this would convert very well already. Like a simple 3-step problem that you take off. For most industries, it would convert. Here's a big lesson. Don't lecture in an email. Don't be needy and don't be a dick. I mean it. Don't lecture, don't be needy, and don't be a dick. Literally. Okay? Here's a bad example.
Hey Dan, hope all's well. Just regarding your thumbnails, they look great, but with all the text and stylized images, I think it makes it hard to read and takes away from the title. Also, your titles are too long. Suggestions. Number 1, no text and thumbnails. Pulls eyes away from title and often it's hard to read. 2, you're looking for a compelling image that adds intrigue to the title. Simple is better. 3, utilize fluorescent colors on occasion, attracts the eyes and, when a listed or recommended video. And number 4, for the title, use 50 characters, including spaces or less. They cut off page titles somewhere around the 50 character mark. Any longer and you'll see an eclipse at the end of your title. Hope that helps, Dean.
Hope that helps. Oh, by the way, he's criticizing the YouTube channel. I wonder how many subscribers he gets. You know what I'm talking about? Like, people are fucking funny. Right? He thinks he's being helpful. If you are Sifu, you get that email. Do you think he's being helpful? No. What's the internal conversation you have when you get this email? If you were me.
Pissing Constance, fuck you. Is this guy serious? Who is this dude?
Yeah, who's this guy?
Why the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think is this guy?
Yeah. This is like, don't do this. You may not do it to this degree, but don't lecture a prospect. Right? You don't want to do that. Okay? Here's another one. Get ready for this. This is real. This is not like Sifu literally gets these emails. Literally, I actually get these emails. He's one. You won't believe this, but here we go. Just have a good laugh. I know some of you is very protective of Sifu. I laugh at it. So just don't get all upset when you see it.
Can you give one shit? I mean, have enough money that wiping your arse with 20,000 wouldn't affect you in the slightest. So instead of wiping your ass with 20,000 this day, I ask you, can you place said toilet paper into my bank, BSB 062823, account number 10289573? I have hand-selected you to help fund my business endeavors as my research demonstrates that you are the man for the job. Just like you, I'm a wealthy man with $816.42 in total credits to my name. That's wealthier than many self-proclaimed rich people whom have buried themselves in debt. I want to maintain that wealth. So I'm asking for this toilet paper, not as a loan, but as a gift. A gift to a self-motivated, passionate young entrepreneur looking to seize a local industry, that is, to take hold of it suddenly and forcibly. You will not make profit from it, nor will you ever know as much as me about it. Therefore, the industry is irrelevant to you. Just know the opportunity is a knocking, and I'm going to let the motherfucker in. Rest assured, helping one entrepreneur from your 100 million target is in such a way will ascend your sense of satisfaction to new, inexperienced heights. Remember, taking a shit can be painful sometimes. So, if I've offended your fortunes by suggesting a value too low for refreshing James Brown, by all means, send me more toilet paper. Thank you for your kind gifts in advance. Sincerely, Kyle Quinnell.
This is real. This is a personal email. This is not like
This
seriously.
dude's on meth or something.
Yeah. Here's one more.
Warrior YouTube, of course. Hey, Deadlock, can you please PayPal me only $10 at ufarouk1954@gmail.com? I need proof to see if you're real rich or a fake guru.
I'm telling you.
These people all smoking crack.
You know, it's like I get the funniest thing. Well, that's problem with fame, and when you have fame and fortune, it comes with the territory, right? I was thinking about replying. Come on, man, you gotta think a little bit bigger. You should ask for more, man. Like $10 not enough. How could $10 prove to you? That's not enough. I should have a conversation going with them. I don't have time. But seriously, it's crazy. These are not the craziest. Like some of them, like I showcase the ones I could showcase. Some of them are even more outrageous, right? They're even more outrageous. But I get some funny things. So don't give advice unless your prospect gives you the permission to do so. Okay. If your prospect has not given you to do so, don't be a dick. Don't be lecturing, right? Don't be doing that. Okay. You want to be strategic. You want to grab the attention. You want a problem actually solve, not in a needy kind of way. That's why that balance is like cooking too much salt is not good. Not enough salt is not good. You need to find that balance, and you do that by writing more. You would find a rhythm of, okay, when I write in a certain way, I always get a response. When I get a bit too much, I push a bit too much, then I get no response. So that's what you need to learn, okay? And you do it through practice, okay? Now I won't go through this whole email, but this email you can take a screenshot and you can go back and watch this. But what I want to showcase is it's like in HubSpot, in certain software, it actually allows us to use 3 different subject lines. So when I send an email, let's say I send an email to 1 million people, I could actually segment and say, okay, I'm going to test 3 different subject lines to see which one works best, right? And certain software, not all, but the more advanced one, I could also send a second email to people who did not open the first email. So I send out 1 million email, okay, 80% don't open it. I can send another email with the same message, just a different subject line, to that email list who have not opened up the emails. So these are more advanced type strategies. You don't need to worry about it. I just want to let you know what are some of the things that you could do in terms of technology. You got it? So don't need to worry about it, but I want you just to have an idea that you could do it when the client is more sophisticated. Then it becomes not only you segment the list, you have auto responders, you have testing a subject line, and then you have follow-up email, same body copy, different subject line to people who have not opened the email, right? So you can do all of that, like within a very sophisticated email system. And the same with, it's exactly the same. Everything is the same, the body copy is the same, except the subject line. Because remember, the subject line is the most important part of an email. So if my body copy is good and 20% people see it and it's got a good conversion, I don't need to write a new email. I need a different subject line that gets that 80% who have not opened to open the email. My offer still works. So I don't need to do extra work to get that conversion. You got it? Yeah. And say it with me. If you're not pissing somebody off, you're not marketing aggressively enough. If you're not pissing somebody off, you're not marketing aggressively enough. Early in my career, when I was doing very frequent emails, I would get people like, stop fucking sending me emails, man. Stop fucking spamming me. You know, I don't want a fucking shitty email, man. Good. Take me off your fucking list, right? Yeah. If you're not pissing somebody off, you're not marketing aggressively enough. So you're pushing, right? The frequency the offer, not to a point where they like totally ignore you, but you got to have like, you got to play around with it, right? Where you are losing, if you're not losing any subscribers, what does that mean? You're not losing any subscribers. It means your message is too vanilla. You're probably not making enough offers, right? You're not making enough offers. You're not selling. You're not closing hard enough, right? So you should be losing some. You should get some nasty emails. And this is something, right? This is something that you need to educate your clients with. Hey, you know what? I write some hard-hitting emails, man, right? I push. You're gonna get more sales, but knowing you might get something that you don't expect. You might get a slightly higher unsubscriber rate. You might get some reply that people are pissed off. I'm here to make it rain. I'm here to produce more revenue, but knowing that we have to push a little bit. Are you okay with that? Are you comfortable with that? Better to set expectation up front. I like to do that. Yeah. Do unsubscribes hurt email delivery? No, when they unsubscribe, that means they're out of the list. So the next time you send email, they won't get your email anymore. So it has nothing to do with your delivery rate. Then do you ever hire a copywriter off of an awesome email deal they send in to you? Yes. Yes. If they do it the right way. Yeah. Just like Jeremy, I hire him based on a cold email, really. Because that's what I do. That's what I used to do. I email people, I demonstrate value, and I love to see a uprising, good potential copywriter doing the same thing. If I could see the value aligned, if they email me and say, "Oh, your shit is no good," and this and that, I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't get it. If they email me with value, but the copy is not good, I would tell them, get more practice, come back, right? If they actually email me something that's very good, I'm like, okay, then I forward to my copy chief and say, yeah, this copywriter, it's got potential. Let's give them some gigs. I get that all the time. Format your emails properly. This is the last secret. So you can see it already, right? Use lots of white space. Avoid long paragraphs. I like to have no more than 4 lines. I like to almost like, you can see most of my paragraph, 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines, rarely you see 5 lines. You know, like per line, per paragraph. I like short, punchy. That's my rule of thumb. Eliminate all those complicated words. I don't like to use flashy email templates. Now, some email copywriters, e-com and all that, they like to use those type of templates. If you're selling e-com, like you're selling like clothing and makeup and all that, now you need the flashy email templates, because how you sell mainly is through graphics, right? That's fine. There's different circumstances, right? But most of the time you're working with business, I like to keep it simple, right? If it's desktop, it's 65 characters, like 1 character per line. But now most people, they check the emails with what? Their phone. So a phone, 65 characters, it would break. It would break, meaning that you see an email, the paragraph you see, it's in desktop, it's okay, but in have you seen that before? Like in telephone and in cell phone, it breaks. It's not a complete sentence, right? It automatically breaks it. So you might want to lower it to 50 to 55 characters. It needs to have even fewer characters, so it doesn't break. It's even narrower. Do you know why you need to have, besides the phone readability, why you want to have narrow message formatting in terms of? See if you know the answer. Think about this. How many have seen a newspaper? Do you notice newspaper, they have very narrow column? Can you imagine you're reading a newspaper, it only has one, like the width of the newspaper, and only have one Y column. No narrow column, just one big ass like Y column, the entire thing, the entire width. How difficult would it put to read? Our eyes, the movements, we can pick up information so much faster when it's narrow. So you want to make your emails narrow. This is science. So make your message narrow, right? Font size, you can use 12. Depends on also the type of font that you use, right? Depends on the font that you use. And also depends who you sell to. If you're selling to baby boomers, I will make the fonts bigger. So they don't need, like if I'm selling to Desmond, I'll make the fonts bigger. 24 characters, 24 size.
Oh, you're killing me, Sifu. You're killing.
But aren't you getting glasses? You're getting glasses.
You're putting me. You're making me older. You're giving me a walking stick. You know.
Walking stick.
My arthritis is acting up.
Yes. But seriously, it depends on who you sell to. Like if you're actually selling to like boomers, make the email bigger because then you don't want them to needing glasses to read the stuff. Seriously. So it depends on who you sell to. You want to keep your spam rating low. Okay. Here's a little tool that you could use called Mail Tester, Mail-Tester. You could put send your first email. It would tell you your score. Like how well you score. In terms of spam, like spam. Does it end up in people's spam box? Or does it end up in the personal box? This is something that Sifu is working on to integrate that actually with Instant Scripts so that you could work on, like we're working on building this so that you could actually check without like copy and paste, all that stuff. You could just have that within the software. So after you finish an email, you can click and it tells you like what's your spam score. So that's another feature that we're just working on. Pretty cool. Here's the problem. Don't read the email, but look at the formatting. Do you see how hard it is to read? When it's all cap, when it's all like not narrow, when you don't break the paragraph, you see? Same message. But if you break it apart, smaller paragraph, lots of white space, and boom, it works. Here's the big secret. Then I'll go into assignments. The best emails are emails that don't feel like broadcast emails. Write this down. The best emails are emails that don't feel like broadcast emails. So I want you to look at the email that you write right now. If you're writing for a client, does it feel like you're talking to a group of people or does it feel like you're talking to one person? Does that make sense? Does it feel like you're talking to a group of people or just one person? I'll give you like some killer examples that I like. Like I said, I study my competition. Didn't Sifu just say that? Yeah, I study them. So here's an email actually from Grant Cardone's office that I like. Robert is this guy that's selling his GCTV package. So look at the email. Dan, I haven't reviewed the new pricing with you for GCTV yet. Can you hop on a 5-minute call? Let me know. Send from my iPhone. This email looks and feels like a personal message, doesn't it? Right? It's like he just typed this up when he's on the phone. Send from my iPhone. I thought this is fucking smart. But notice the bottom part. Like as a smart high-income copywriter, I noticed if you no longer wish to receive our emails and give up on Hustle, click link below. God damn, this is an autoresponder. This is a sequence that goes out to people who have not bought. You see how brilliant it is?
And even at the top, it says via Infusion, right? So Infusion's off.
Yep. So it's not, but it feels, for most people, they wouldn't be able to tell. They thought, oh, actually, Robert texts me from his thing. right? So I thought that's pretty smart. Pretty smart. You see how personal that is? How well that works, right? Here's an example. Here's an email that I sent out quite a few years ago. No, I'll give you a different example. That'll give you. Here's another example. This is from Dean Jackson, and this is his world famous, right, one-line email. That has worked very well for him. Does that look like a broadcast email to you? See the message? The best emails feels like you're talking to a friend. It's like, hey, it's like he feels like he just sent this to me directly. It's beautiful, right? And no call to action, but his call to action is actually you reply and then they get you on the phone. So it's on purpose. With a link, it feels like it's a message. So it is intentionally, there's no link, right? And it does has unsubscribe. He just puts it in the very bottom. So it's all the space. It's at the very bottom. There is an unsubscribe. It is a broadcast, but it's smarter than that. He puts it at the bottom so you don't see it. Smart. Here's an email that I wrote back in 2017. Look, right? Dan Lok here. If you haven't watched my video, the link to this video is here. Bye for now. This is what Sifu sent out. And then actually got a reply. Yes, I've watched your video series on website even more. Almost all your videos on YouTube. Discovering you was a real breakthrough for me. Now, what does that mean? That means the email feels what? Very personal, right? The reader actually replies. So when you're getting reply, then you know your email is fucking good. Because people think you send the email just to me. Because that's why they reply. They don't think that they are actually replying to an autoresponder. Here's another one, right? Yes, I did. Thank you for the hard work and supplying knowledge to gracefully, right? They reply. That means this email, they feel personal. And those are the best emails that you can write. The more personal, the more powerful. They don't always have to be short. They could be a little bit longer, but just keep in mind, this is one very powerful way that you could do it. Okay? Assignments. How are you doing so far? How are you doing tonight? 5.5 hours of training. Whew, you made it. My God. My God. How many of you are grateful you're attending this live? How many of you are overwhelmed? Good kind of overwhelmed, like buzzing. Absolutely go back and listen to what we've talked about. There's a lot. Like there is a lot. Like we're building each class, right? We're building on the next, laying on those skill sets, right? So there's a lot, right? Don't feel that you have to take away the pressure of you have to understand everything, please. You don't have to understand everything. You don't even have to understand everything after you've gone through this, revisit 2-3 times. You don't need it. Understand, don't give yourself that pressure. It does you no good. Just absorb as much as you could. So don't get frustrated. Oh, I don't get this right, or like, how come I'm confused? So I need to get, no, it's okay. This is like years of knowledge cramping into a very short period of time, right? So it's okay. Don't give yourself the pressure, right? It hurts that self-esteem. It's not good for you. Just, okay, I'm not fully getting it yet, but I'm getting it one at a time, a little bit at a time. Let me listen to that again, right? Let me practice a little bit and come back and listen. You have access to the course, right? Don't feel like I have to understand every single concept, every single strategy before I graduate. No, chances are you won't, right? So step 1, continue your HIC creed, your affirmations, your attitude of gratitude, your programming your mind. This is especially key Next week, if we have the bonus class, we have module 8. If not, next week is graduation class. It gets scary when you go out there, kind of do your own thing, right? Like, whew, it's like, you got to make it happen. This is why the attitude of gratitude is critical. That maintaining that mindset. When you're out there, maybe some challenges, maybe getting some no's, maybe not closing as well, stumble a little bit. It's part of the journey. So expect it as part of the journey. So promise me, you're not going to beat yourself up. Put in the chat, I won't beat myself up. Yeah, don't beat yourself up. Just don't. Definitely rewatch this week's class because you'll learn so much faster when you watch it a second time. And of course, 10 videos a day, then flex, you know what to do. And third, download and study instant subject lines. It's a very, very powerful guide that you can study. And it gives you all the winning templates, right? Different types of subject lines and when to use them, why you want to use them. Use that wisely. It's very, 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 very powerful tool. Very powerful tool because now you understand why, right? And next time when you write an email, consider the subject line first. Step 4, put together a sequence. So now we are going to put together everything I've taught you, new content, personality, email 3. So you're going to put together a sequence right now. Okay, whatever you want to sell. You're going to do 7 emails. How many? 7. First email, send them new content, right? Link to your best articles for your clients. It could be, if you want to use Steve for example, you could. You want to write a personality message for the second, could be a story. This doesn't have to be factual, by the way. I'm asking you to practice this. It doesn't have to be factual. It's more training your skills. Send a number 3, day 3 is a maximum value email with simple solution to a common problem. And then email 4, agitation email. So I'm training you to write a sequence. So you will know what to do, right? You can do it for Sifu. You can also do it, ideally do it for a potential client. Send this to them. I like that. Like someone who's a big whale, potential client. Yes. Send a personality message with testimonials from clients, right? Send a helping hand email. So everything that we are doing, we're putting it all together in this sequence, everything you've learned. Any questions before we go to the next step? Eric, at the copy level, how do we talk differently to these 3 groups of people in the 67% of the triangle in a sequence? Eric, you don't. You don't. The funnel talks to the fast buyers. In the education process, you're talking to the 7% who are a little bit slower. The sidewalkers, they might take them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 months, a year to buy. So that's a continuously message. Does that make sense? It's a continuously. You talk to all of them. But the fast buys, they already buy through the funnel immediately, right? Sarah, confused a bit. Are we marketing a personal brand? Doesn't matter. Whoever you want your clients to be, Sarah. But this is how you write it. So you're not writing individual emails. You are writing a sequence. That's the homework. Could it apply to product? Yeah, it should be a product. There should be some kind of offer. Right? There should be some kind of offer. We're using this. You craft it, you send it to potential clients and say, hey, I notice I'm on your list. Your brand looks good, right? You do your email and you say, hey, I crafted email sequence for you. 7-step, my gift. Here you go. You want more? Let's talk. Use it. No theory here. They don't reply. You've got a sequence in your portfolio that you can use, upload to LinkedIn, share with clients. Now they know you don't just write individual emails, you actually get the sequence, right? You understand how to write follow-up emails. Pretty cool. Cool? But are there, yes, you can structure them any way, shape, or form. Like I'm giving you the different things that I've taught you today to put this together. Keep it simple. I could go into the whole sequence. You can go into storytelling and then handling objection. Like I can give you such a complicated formula. I don't want to, because that does more harm than good. Like if I show you my sequence, you'll throw up. Literally, you will throw up. You won't get it. Like you'll be lost, and it would be like, what? Yeah, like I don't even want to teach that because it just paralyzes you. I don't want that, right? Like I want to just, hey, you know what? Here are some good concepts, some good proven concepts that you could start, right? Because you could do a whole sequence on almost like what I call theatric, where you are actually each email, you're handling objection, storytelling, building the character, versus like you can go. It's like a movie. Yeah, it's like a soap opera sequence. It goes into a whole different thing. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about that because it's a whole different thing, right? And it takes a lot of skills to pull that off, right? In the future, I could teach you like in other things, but for now, can we focus on this? Just focus on this first. Yeah. You're going to write 5 emails. Besides the sequence, you're going to write 5 emails. You know what to do. 5 business owners. So 1 each. Opt into the list. Study the current emails. You're going to rewrite 1 of them. 1 for each. Use the sequence I taught you. Make it personality driven. Do your very, very best to mimic and write in their voice. And then what do you do with those emails? Tell me. Yes. You're going to send them the emails. Now, I notice some of you are still a little bit afraid. How many are still afraid to send these out? Hesitation. Oh, maybe it's not good enough. Maybe I need more practice. It's okay. Send it out. You'll never be ready. You will never be ready. You just need to get it going, right? You don't have to get it right. You just have to get it going. Right? And if you got no response, what does that tell you? Email's not good. That's good. No response is a response. Isn't it? No conversion is a response. It's all testing. Right? And now you should have a better idea why they don't respond to email. Is it too needy? Is it too lecture-ish? Is it too much? Right? Is it too salesy? Is it because my subject line is boring? Right? All those. Remember, if we can't even sell ourselves, how can we sell for our clients? Right? And if they don't respond, how many business owners out there? Millions. Tens of millions. You're sending it to 5. Move on. Send another 5. Sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's just timing, or they don't get it, or spam, or whatever it might be. Right? So learn from it. Don't just go through the motion. That's the reflection part comes in. When something doesn't work, you need to ask, why didn't it work? How do I modify my approach? It's not good. If it's not working, you keep repeating, that's not good. So how can we make it better? Right? Using everything I'm teaching you that you already know the answers to, right? And make sure complete all the assignments. Send it to assignments at High Income Copywriters. We will announce attendance rate. We'll see how we do. Are we going to unlock that bonus class? I want you to unlock that bonus class. And we'll see how we do. And then next week, Graduation, get ready. This is it. Graduation class 7. Time flies. Time flies. Good. Excellent work. 6 hours, intense training. Mind is blown, right? Taking a lot of notes. Hand is cramped. Doing fantastic. Very, very good. I'm very, very proud of you. It's not easy. Truly, it is not easy to learn so much in a short period of time. Make sure to revisit one step at a time. Don't compare yourself to others. Just one step at a time, and take those action steps. Right? Get some bruises. Right? Fall down a couple of times, come back. It's okay. Don't have to try to get everything at once. Awesome. Okay, I will see you in class next week. And remember, you write your own destiny.